Who is thinking your thoughts? Something strange is happening inside your mind every single day, and chances are you have never truly looked at it. A thought suddenly appears. Maybe it is a memory from childhood. Maybe it is a fear about tomorrow. Maybe it is a random image that has nothing to do with what you are doing. It simply arrives. Then another thought follows it. Then another. Within seconds you are completely absorbed in a conversation taking place inside your own head. But here is the question almost nobody asks. If you never chose the first thought, then who did? At first, that question sounds almost ridiculous. Of course, you think your own thoughts. Who else could be doing it? But slow down for just a moment. Before your next thought appears, try to predict exactly what it will be. You cannot. You can decide to think about something, but the actual thought still arrives on its own. Even when you try to force your mind in one direction, unexpected ideas sneak in from somewhere you cannot point to. It is as if your consciousness is watching thoughts appear rather than creating each one from scratch. The realization becomes deeply unsettling because most of us build our entire identity around what happens inside our minds. We believe every thought reflects who we are. We assume every impulse reveals our true character. But what if that assumption is wrong? What if thoughts are more like visitors than permanent residents? What if your mind is constantly generating possibilities, memories, fears, and ideas without asking for your permission, while consciousness simply notices them after they arrive? Scientists studying the brain have discovered something fascinating. Before people become consciously aware of making certain decisions, measurable activity can already be detected inside the brain. In other words, the machinery begins moving before the conscious experience catches up. This does not prove that free will does not exist, but it does challenge the comforting belief that the conscious mind is always in complete control. Instead of being the captain giving every order, consciousness may be more like the narrator explaining events that have already begun. Think about how often you replay an argument long after it has ended. You tell yourself to stop thinking about it, yet the conversation keeps returning. Or remember a time when you tried not to think about something embarrassing. The harder you pushed it away, the stronger it came back. If you truly controlled every thought, that would never happen. The very struggle to stop thinking proves that thoughts often operate independently of your intentions. Now consider something even stranger. Have you ever solved a problem after giving up? You spend hours searching for an answer with no success. Then, while taking a shower or walking outside, the solution suddenly appears. You did not consciously assemble every piece. Somewhere beneath awareness, your brain continued working until the answer surfaced on its own. Your conscious mind simply received the result. This hidden process is happening all the time. Your brain is filtering millions of pieces of information every second. It predicts danger before you notice it. It recognizes familiar faces almost instantly. It completes sentences before people finish speaking. It remembers patterns you never realized you learned. Most of this activity happens outside conscious awareness, yet it shapes every experience you have. That raises an uncomfortable possibility. If so much of your thinking happens beneath awareness, then perhaps the voice in your head is not the creator of your experience. Perhaps it is only one small part of a much larger system. The inner voice feels powerful because it never stops talking. But constant talking does not necessarily mean constant control. This also changes the way we judge ourselves. People often feel guilty for having disturbing, irrational, or intrusive thoughts. They believe those thoughts reveal something terrible about who they are. But psychologists have found that intrusive thoughts are remarkably common. The difference is not who has them. The difference is how people respond to them. A passing thought is not a decision. It is not an action. It is simply mental activity appearing within awareness. Imagine standing beside a busy road. Cars race past every few seconds. You can watch them without chasing them. Thoughts work in much the same way. They arrive. They pass. The suffering begins when you jump into every passing vehicle and allow it to carry you wherever it wants to go. Most people spend their lives writing thoughts they never consciously chose. This explains why meditation feels so difficult at first. People sit quietly expecting instant peace, only to discover endless streams of thinking. They assume they are failing. In reality, they are seeing the mind clearly for perhaps the first time. The thoughts were always there. The silence simply made them impossible to ignore. Over time, many people notice something remarkable. There is a difference between the thoughts themselves and the awareness observing them. That simple distinction changes everything. If you can observe a thought, then the observer cannot be identical to the thought. Anger appears, but something notices the anger. Fear appears, but something notices the fear. Excitement appears, but something notices the excitement. The observer remains while the mental content constantly changes. Maybe that is why this question refuses to disappear. Who is actually thinking your thoughts? Is it your conscious self, your unconscious brain, years of memories shaping automatic patterns, or something even deeper that words cannot fully describe? The more honestly you examine your own experience, the harder it becomes to give a simple answer. And perhaps consciousness refuses to answer, because the moment it does, the one asking the question begins to disappear. The memory that defines you. Close your eyes for just a moment and let one memory rise to the surface. Do not force it. Just wait. Almost immediately, something appears. Maybe it is the happiest day you can remember. Maybe it is the worst mistake you ever made. Maybe it is a conversation that changed your life without you realizing it at the time. Out of thousands of days you have lived, your mind reached for that one. But why that memory? Why not another? And what if the memory that feels most important is not actually the one that shaped your life, but the one your mind decided to keep alive? Most people believe their memories are like a collection of photographs stored inside the brain. They imagine every important moment sitting there exactly as it happened, waiting to be replayed. But that is not how memory works. Every time you remember something, your brain rebuilds the experience. It fills in missing details, strengthens emotions, and sometimes even changes parts of the story without you noticing. The memory feels real because it is familiar, not because it is perfectly accurate. That changes everything. If your memories are constantly being reconstructed, then the story you tell yourself about your life is also being rewritten over and over again. The person you believe you are may be built on memories that have quietly changed with every retelling. The strange part is that you never notice it happening. You simply trust the version your mind presents to you. Think about two brothers remembering the same childhood. One remembers endless laughter, family dinners, and weekends together. The other remembers feeling ignored, misunderstood, and lonely. They grew up in the same house with the same parents, yet they carry completely different versions of reality. Neither one is necessarily lying. Their minds simply chose different moments to hold on to. Those choices slowly became the foundation of their identities. Now imagine what happens when one painful memory becomes the center of your life. Maybe a teacher once told you that you were not smart enough. Maybe someone laughed when you shared your dream. Maybe a relationship ended in a way that left you questioning your worth. Years pass, but that memory keeps returning. Without realizing it, you begin making decisions based on something that happened long ago. You avoid opportunities because you expect rejection. You stay quiet because you expect judgment. The memory is no longer living in the past. It is living through you. Psychologists have found that the brain naturally gives more attention to emotionally intense experiences, especially negative ones. Long ago, this helped human beings survive because remembering danger increased the chances of avoiding it in the future. But in modern life, that same survival system often creates invisible prisons. One painful experience can outweigh dozens of positive ones, simply because the brain believes the painful event is more important to remember. Have you ever noticed how easy it is to remember an embarrassing moment from years ago while struggling to remember an ordinary happy afternoon? That is your brain doing exactly what it was designed to do. It highlights emotional experiences because they seem more valuable for survival. The problem is that survival and happiness are not always the same thing. This is where identity quietly begins to form. Every memory you revisit becomes another piece of evidence supporting the story you believe about yourself. If you believe you are confident, your mind quickly recalls moments when you succeeded. If you believe you always fail, your attention immediately searches for proof that confirms it. You think you are seeing reality, but often you are seeing a carefully filtered version created by your own memory. Imagine carrying a notebook that automatically records only your worst moments. Every mistake, every rejection, every disappointment fills another page, while achievements are written in tiny letters or skipped completely. After years of reading that notebook, what would you believe about yourself? Probably exactly what the notebook keeps repeating. That is what many people unknowingly do inside their own minds. The frightening part is that this process happens so quietly, you rarely question it. You assume your memories are objective facts. You assume your identity is fixed because your past feels permanent. But neither assumption is completely true. Your past cannot change, yet the meaning you attach to it changes constantly. The event stays the same, while the story surrounding it evolves. Think about someone who loses a job. At first, they remember only failure and disappointment. Months later, they find a career they truly love. Suddenly, the same memory means something different. It becomes the turning point that pushed them toward a better life. The event never changed. Only its meaning did. That single shift transforms not just the memory, but the identity built around it. The same thing happens with childhood experiences. Many adults spend years believing one difficult moment defined their worth, only to realize much later that they were simply children trying to understand a world that made little sense. What once felt like proof of failure becomes evidence of resilience. The memory remains, but its power changes because consciousness sees it through a different lens. This is why healing is not about erasing the past. It is about changing your relationship with it. You cannot remove painful memories from your life, but you can stop allowing them to make every decision for the person you are becoming. The moment you recognize that a memory is influencing your choices, you create space between the event and your identity. That space is where freedom begins. So ask yourself one honest question. If your most defining memory disappeared tomorrow, who would you become? Would you still be the same person? Or have you spent years protecting a version of yourself created by a single moment that no longer deserves that much power? The answer is unsettling because it forces you to confront something consciousness would rather avoid. The memory that defines you may never have been the most important moment of your life. It may simply be the one you never stop believing. The first moment of consciousness. Try to remember the very first moment you were ever conscious. Not your first day at school. Not your earliest birthday. Not the first vacation you can still picture. Go further back. Keep searching until you reach the beginning. At some point your mind simply stops. There is nothing there. It is as if your life suddenly appears in the middle of a story that had already been unfolding for years. That raises a question so strange that most people never dare to ask it. Where were you before your first memory existed? Almost everyone assumes consciousness begins the moment life begins. It feels obvious. Your body grows, your brain develops, and one day you become aware. But when did that awareness actually arrive? Was there a single instant when darkness became experience? Was there one silent moment when the universe suddenly had someone new to witness it? Or did consciousness slowly emerge so gradually that there was never a clear beginning at all? The unsettling truth is that nobody remembers becoming conscious. You remember pieces of childhood. You remember learning words. You remember faces, places, and emotions. But you never remember the exact instant when you first realized you existed. That moment seems to hide behind a wall your mind cannot cross. Everything before it feels like complete emptiness. Scientists believe this happens because the parts of the brain responsible for forming lasting memories are still developing during the earliest years of life. This is why almost everyone experiences what psychologists call childhood amnesia. Your brain was active. You were learning constantly. You were responding to voices, faces, and emotions. Yet most of those experiences were never stored in a way that your adult mind can consciously retrieve. Your life was happening even though your present self cannot remember it. That explanation answers part of the mystery, but it creates another one. If experiences happened before you could remember them, then memory cannot be the same thing as consciousness. A baby reacts to comfort, recognizes familiar voices, and responds to the world long before forming memories that last into adulthood. Awareness seems to exist before the story you later tell yourself about your life. Now imagine what that means. The person you think of as yourself is built almost entirely from remembered experiences. Your favorite moments, your greatest fears, your biggest successes, and your deepest regrets all exist because memory stitched them together into a continuous story. But if consciousness existed before those memories, then perhaps the real observer existed before the story ever began. Think about waking up from a deep sleep. There is often a brief instant before your name, your responsibilities, and your plans return. For a tiny fraction of a second there is simply awareness. Then almost immediately your identity rushes back. You remember where you are. You remember who you are. You remember what today means. It happens so quickly that you barely notice it. But every morning your mind rebuilds your personal world. That tiny gap is fascinating because it suggests identity is something consciousness assembles rather than something consciousness permanently is. The awareness comes first. The story follows. Your memories rush in and remind you of your history. Your habits remind you how to behave. Your beliefs remind you what to expect. Within seconds, you feel like the same person you were yesterday, but that feeling depends on a process happening inside the mind. Consider people who suffer severe memory loss. They may forget names, places, and even major events from their own lives. Yet, despite losing enormous parts of their personal history, there is still someone experiencing the present moment. The memories change dramatically, but awareness itself does not completely disappear. That suggests consciousness and memory are deeply connected while still remaining different things. Now ask yourself something even stranger. If you cannot remember the beginning of your awareness, how can you be certain that your current sense of self is the only version that has ever existed? Every stage of your life has felt completely real. The child you once were believed that version was you. The teenager believed that version was you. The adult you are today believes exactly the same thing. Yet each version thinks differently, values different things, and sees the world through a different lens. Which one is the real you? Perhaps none of them are permanent. Perhaps they are chapters rather than the author. Consciousness quietly watches each version arrive and eventually disappear. Your opinions change. Your goals change. Your personality matures. Even your memories shift over time. Yet something continues witnessing every transformation without announcing itself. This becomes even more mysterious when you realize that your body has changed almost completely since childhood. Cells have been replaced. Skills have been learned. Beliefs have been challenged. Relationships have come and gone. Nearly everything about your external life is different. Yet there remains an undeniable feeling that you are somehow the same person who once looked at the world with childlike wonder. Where does that feeling come from? Maybe the answer is not hidden in your memories at all. Maybe it exists in the silent awareness that has been present through every change. The observer has watched your fears come and go. It has watched dreams succeed and fail. It has watched identities form and dissolve. It has remained while almost everything else has transformed. That possibility changes the way you look at your entire life. If the deepest part of you existed before your earliest memory, then perhaps the story you call your identity is only one layer of something much larger. Maybe consciousness is not created by the story. Maybe the story is created inside consciousness. The first moment of awareness remains impossible to remember, not because it never happened, but because the one trying to remember is built from everything that came afterward. The beginning hides behind the very process that gave you the ability to ask the question. And perhaps that is why consciousness refuses to reveal its own origin. The instant you try to look directly at the beginning, you discover that the one searching arrived too late to witness it. Is your inner voice really you? There is a voice inside your mind that has been with you for as long as you can remember. It comments on your choices. It judges your actions. It reminds you of the past and worries about the future. It tells you what to do, what to avoid, what you should have said, and what you should have done differently. Because this voice has never left you, you naturally assume it is you. But have you ever stopped to ask a disturbing question? If you are the one hearing the voice, then who is the one listening? Most people never question their inner voice because it feels too familiar. It speaks in your language. It sounds like your personality. It uses your memories, your opinions, and your experiences. It feels personal, almost impossible to separate from who you are. But familiarity does not always mean identity. A song you hear every day becomes familiar, but it is still something you are experiencing. The same possibility may apply to the voice inside your head. Try something simple. Sit quietly and notice the thoughts appearing in your mind. You might hear yourself planning your day. You might remember something that happened yesterday. You might suddenly think about something completely unrelated. Now ask yourself, did you intentionally create every single one of those thoughts? Did you decide the exact words before they appeared? Did you choose the emotions attached to them? Or did they simply arrive and announce themselves? This is where things become uncomfortable. The inner voice often behaves less like a person giving commands and more like a process happening automatically. It reacts to situations. It repeats patterns. It brings up memories. It creates predictions about the future. Sometimes it helps you. Sometimes it scares you. Sometimes it tells you things you do not even agree with. Yet, because it speaks from inside your own mind, you immediately assume it represents your true self. Think about the last time you had a negative thought about yourself. Maybe you made a mistake and immediately heard a voice saying you are not good enough. Maybe you looked at someone else's success and heard a voice saying you are falling behind. But if that voice truly represented you completely, why would another part of you question it? Why would you feel hurt by your own thoughts? The fact that you can notice the voice means there is something observing it. Psychologists have studied this separation between thoughts and awareness for years. A major concept in psychology is called metacognition, which means the ability to think about your own thinking. Humans can observe their mental activity instead of simply being controlled by it. You can notice anger rising. You can notice fear appearing. You can notice a thought without automatically believing it. That ability reveals something fascinating. The mind can create thoughts while another part of consciousness watches them happen. Imagine sitting beside a river. Leaves float past with the current. You do not create the leaves. You do not control where every leaf moves. You simply observe them passing by. Thoughts are often similar. They move through awareness. Some are beautiful. Some are painful. Some are completely meaningless. The problem begins when you believe every thought is a command or every thought defines who you are. This explains why people often struggle with their own minds. They treat every thought as a message that requires attention. A random fear becomes a prediction. A painful memory becomes proof. A negative idea becomes an identity. Instead of observing thoughts, they become trapped inside them. The inner voice becomes so convincing that people forget they are the ones hearing it. But where does this voice actually come from? Scientists believe it emerges from a combination of many systems working together. Memories stored in the brain, emotions, past experiences, learned beliefs, and survival instincts all contribute to the constant stream of inner dialogue. The voice is shaped by your environment and your history. It carries pieces of everything you have experienced. Yet something interesting remains. The voice changes throughout your life. Think about yourself 10 years ago. The way you spoke internally was probably different. Your fears were different. Your goals were different. Your beliefs were different. The voice changed because the person you identified with changed. But the awareness noticing those changes has remained. You have watched your thoughts evolve without becoming every thought that appeared. This raises a powerful possibility. Maybe the inner voice is not the owner of consciousness. Maybe it is one of the many tools consciousness uses to understand the world. It helps you plan, analyze, remember, and imagine. It can guide you, but it does not necessarily define you. Consider how strange it would be if your phone's notifications believed they were the entire phone. Every alert, message, and reminder would think it controlled the device. But notifications are only one function within a much larger system. The inner voice may be similar. It is an important part of your experience, but perhaps it is not the whole of who you are. This does not mean the inner voice is your enemy. It is not something you need to destroy or silence completely. In many situations, it protects you. It helps you solve problems and make decisions. The real transformation happens when you stop being controlled by it and start understanding your relationship with it. The next time a thought appears inside your mind, try something different. Instead of immediately accepting it, simply notice it. Watch it arrive. Watch it change. Watch it disappear. You may begin to notice something strange. The voice keeps moving, but something remains still enough to observe it. And that leads to the question consciousness continues to avoid. If the voice inside your head is not the entire you, then who is the one listening? Who is the silent presence behind every thought, every memory, and every feeling? The answer may be closer than you think, but finding it requires looking beyond the voice that has been speaking your entire life. What actually dies? There is one question every human being eventually faces, but almost nobody truly examines it. When a person dies, what exactly disappears? We usually answer without thinking. The body stops working. The person is gone. Life ends. But if you look closer, the answer becomes far more complicated. Because the body you see was never the complete person. Your body has changed constantly since the day you were born. The cells that make up your body today are not the same ones you had as a child. Your appearance changes. Your thoughts change. Your personality changes. Yet somehow you still feel like the same person. So when death arrives, what is actually being lost? The mystery becomes deeper when you separate the different parts of what you call yourself. There is the physical body that others can see. There are your memories, the experiences that created your personal story. There are your emotions, your desires, your fears, and your dreams. Then there is something else that is harder to describe. The simple feeling of being aware. The silent experience of existing. When we say someone has died, we often mean all of these things disappeared together. But do they truly disappear at the same moment? Imagine finding an old photograph of yourself from many years ago. You look at the person in that image and recognize them as you. But that person had different thoughts, different beliefs, and different dreams. They may have wanted completely different things than you want today. Yet there is a connection between you and that past version. Something links every stage of your life together. What is that connection? Is it your body? Is it your memories? Or is it something deeper that continues through every change? Modern science explains death through the activity of the body and brain. When the brain stops functioning, the processes that create thoughts, emotions, and awareness appear to end. From this perspective, consciousness depends on the physical systems that produce it. When those systems stop, the experience of being a person stops as well. This view explains a great deal about how life works, but it still leaves behind one haunting question. Why does consciousness exist at all? The brain can explain how experiences are processed. It can show which areas become active when you feel emotions, remember events, or make decisions. But the deepest mystery remains. Why does all of this activity create an inner experience? Why is there a feeling of being someone instead of just a machine processing information? This question is known as the hard problem of consciousness, and it remains one of the biggest unanswered questions in science. Think about the difference between describing a fire and actually feeling its warmth. A scientist can explain the movement of molecules, the release of energy, and the chemistry behind combustion, but the explanation itself is not the experience of standing beside the fire. In the same way, understanding brain activity does not completely explain why there is a personal experience happening inside the brain. This mystery is why humans have wondered about death for thousands of years. Different cultures and philosophies have offered different answers. Some believe consciousness continues beyond the body. Others believe awareness ends completely when the brain stops. Some believe the individual self disappears, but consciousness itself is part of something larger. Nobody has reached a final answer that removes the mystery completely. But there is another strange way to look at death. During your lifetime, countless versions of you have already disappeared. The child you were is gone. The teenager you were is gone. The person you were 5 years ago is gone. Their thoughts, emotions, and perspectives no longer exist in the same way. Yet you do not experience those changes as small deaths. You simply call it growing. Every moment, something about you is ending while something new takes its place. Old beliefs die. Old identities die. Old dreams die. The person you once thought you had to become disappears many times throughout life. Death may not be completely separate from this process. It may be the final transformation in a series of transformations that have been happening since the beginning. This does not make physical death less significant. Losing a person is one of the deepest experiences humans face. The absence of a loved one is real. The silence they leave behind is real. The memories remain, but the living interaction is gone. Something important changes. Yet even in that loss, we see something fascinating. A person continues to exist through the effects they leave behind. Their words influence others. Their actions create changes. Their presence continues through the lives they touched. So perhaps the question is not only what dies, but what was alive in the first place. Was the deepest part of you the body that changed every year? Was it the collection of memories that constantly gets rewritten? Was it the personality that evolved through experience? Or was it the awareness that witnessed every change without ever appearing as an object? The strange truth is that consciousness spends an entire lifetime experiencing everything except its own absence. You can imagine losing possessions. You can imagine losing relationships. You can imagine losing parts of your identity. But you cannot truly experience being unconscious forever, because there would be no awareness left to observe it. Maybe that is why death remains the ultimate mystery. It is not simply the ending of a life. It is the point where the thing asking the question can no longer stand outside itself to find the answer. The body may stop. The story may end. The memories may fade. But the deepest question remains untouched. When everything we call ourselves disappears, what exactly was the thing that was there all along? Is reality an illusion? Look around you for a moment. The room you are sitting in, the sounds reaching your ears, the feeling of your body existing in this exact moment. Everything feels completely real. Reality seems obvious because you experience it every second of your life. But here is the strange question that has confused philosophers, scientists, and thinkers for centuries. Are you experiencing reality itself, or are you only experiencing a version of reality created inside your own mind. The first shock comes when you realize that you have never directly experienced the outside world. Everything you know about reality arrives through your senses. Light enters your eyes. Vibrations reach your ears. Signals travel through your nervous system. Your brain receives this information and creates your experience of the world. The colors you see, the sounds you hear, and even the feeling of your own body are all experiences produced inside your mind. Think about color. You believe a tree is green because green feels like a property of the tree. But the tree itself does not contain the experience of green. It reflects certain wavelengths of light, and your brain translates those signals into a visual experience. Another creature with different senses could experience that same tree in a completely different way. The reality outside may be the same, but the experience of it changes depending on the observer. This means the world you experience is not a perfect copy of what exists outside you. It is a construction. Your brain is constantly taking incomplete information and creating a complete picture. Every second, it fills gaps, predicts what is happening, and organizes chaos into something meaningful. You do not experience raw reality. You experience your brain's interpretation of reality. A simple example is how easily your mind can be fooled. Optical illusions show that your eyes are not recording reality like a camera. They are collecting information that your brain interprets. Sometimes that interpretation is wrong. You can see movement where nothing is moving. You can believe two objects are different sizes when they are identical. The illusion does not happen because your eyes are broken. It happens because your brain is actively creating your experience. But this idea becomes much deeper when you think about your personal reality. Two people can live through the exact same event and walk away with completely different experiences. One person sees a challenge. Another sees a disaster. One person remembers a conversation as motivating. Another remembers it as painful. The event may be identical, but the reality created inside each mind is different. Your beliefs, memories, emotions, and past experiences constantly shape what you notice. The brain does not simply show you the world. It filters the world. It decides what deserves attention and what can be ignored. This is why someone who believes they are unlucky can walk through life noticing every disappointment while missing countless moments of opportunity. Their reality is being shaped by the way their mind interprets information. Scientists studying perception have discovered that the brain often works through prediction. Instead of waiting for information and then creating an experience, the brain constantly predicts what it expects to happen and updates those predictions based on incoming signals. In a way, your brain is not just observing reality. It is constantly creating a model of reality and comparing it with what it receives. This explains why expectations can change experiences. A person drinking an expensive wine may enjoy it more when they believe it is expensive, even if the actual wine is identical to a cheaper one. The experience changes because the brain is not only responding to physical information, it is also responding to meaning. Now take this idea further. If your experience of reality is created by your brain, then where does the line between reality and illusion actually exist? An illusion is usually something we call false, because it does not match what is really there. But your entire experience of the world is also a mental construction. The difference is that some constructions are more consistent, more useful, and more closely connected to external reality than others. This does not mean the world is fake or that nothing exists. It means your experience of the world is a translation. A map is not the same thing as the land it represents, but a good map can still guide you accurately. Your conscious experience may be similar. It is not reality itself, but it is the way your mind navigates reality. The mystery becomes even stranger when you consider that everything you have ever known has appeared inside consciousness. Your memories, your dreams, your emotions, your perception of time, and your sense of self all exist as experiences within awareness. You cannot step outside your own consciousness to compare your experience with reality directly. Consciousness is the only place where reality appears to you. This is why some philosophers have questioned whether reality exists independently of observation. Not because the universe disappears when nobody is watching, but because the only version of the universe you can ever know is the one presented through your own awareness. The world outside may exist, but your relationship with it always passes through the mysterious filter of consciousness. Think about a dream. While dreaming, everything feels real. You see places. You interact with people. You experience emotions. Your mind creates an entire world that feels completely convincing. Then you wake up and realize that reality was constructed inside your own awareness. The strange question is not whether dreams feel real. They obviously do. The strange question is how certain can you be that your waking experience is not also a deeper form of constructed reality? Of course, waking life has consistency that dreams usually lack. Physical laws remain stable. Other people share similar experiences. The world responds in predictable ways. These differences make waking reality far more reliable than dreams. But the deeper mystery remains. The way you experience reality is always shaped by the consciousness experiencing it. Maybe reality is not an illusion in the sense that nothing exists. Maybe the illusion is believing that we experience reality exactly as it is. Perhaps what we call reality is a meeting point between the world outside and the mysterious awareness inside. The universe exists, but the version you experience is created through the relationship between both. And that leads to the question consciousness struggles to answer. If everything you know about reality appears inside your mind, then what exactly is the world before it becomes an experience? What exists beyond the limits of perception? The closer you look at reality, the stranger it becomes, because the thing searching for the truth is also the thing creating the experience of the search itself. Your hidden self. There is a version of you that you know very well. The person you see in the mirror. The name you answer to. The personality you show to the world. The collection of memories, opinions, and experiences that you call yourself. But what if that is only the surface? What if a large part of who you are exists beneath your awareness, quietly influencing your choices, emotions, and reactions without you even realizing it? Most people believe they know themselves. They believe their decisions come from careful thinking and conscious intention. But then something happens that surprises them. They react emotionally in a situation where they promised themselves they would stay calm. They repeat a habit they said they wanted to stop. They feel attracted to certain people, places, or ideas without understanding why. These moments reveal something uncomfortable. There may be parts of you operating behind the scenes. Your mind is not a single voice making every decision. It is more like a vast system working together. Some processes are conscious, like choosing what to say or deciding where to go. Others happen automatically, without requiring your attention. Your brain recognizes patterns, stores memories, predicts outcomes, and creates emotional responses before your conscious mind has time to analyze what is happening. Think about walking through a familiar place. You do not consciously tell your legs how to move. You do not calculate every step. You can think about something completely different while your body navigates the path automatically. The same thing happens with many parts of your mental life. Your hidden mind is constantly working, guiding you through patterns you have built over years. The strange part is that these hidden processes often influence the person you believe you are. A person might say they are confident, yet secretly avoid situations where they could be judged. Someone might say they do not care about approval, yet constantly check how others respond to them. Someone might believe they make logical decisions, while emotions quietly shape their choices before logic enters the picture. Psychologists have studied this hidden side of the mind through the concept of the unconscious. While different theories explain it in different ways, the basic idea is that not every mental process reaches conscious awareness. Your brain absorbs experiences, creates associations, and develops patterns that can affect your behavior without you noticing the connection. Imagine a person who was criticized constantly as a child. Years later, they may struggle to accept compliments. They might believe they simply dislike attention, but beneath that reaction could be an old pattern formed long ago. The conscious mind sees the present moment. The hidden mind remembers emotional lessons from the past. This is why people sometimes react more strongly than a situation seems to require. A small comment can trigger a powerful emotional response. A simple disagreement can feel like a personal attack. The reaction may not only belong to the present moment. It may be connected to old experiences that the conscious mind has forgotten, but the deeper parts of the brain still carry. Your hidden self is not only made of painful memories. It also contains abilities, creativity, instincts, and knowledge that you do not consciously control. Have you ever had an idea suddenly appear while doing something unrelated? Have you ever solved a problem after stopping yourself from forcing an answer? That is your mind continuing to process information beneath awareness. Many discoveries, inventions, and creative breakthroughs have come from moments when people stopped consciously searching and allowed deeper mental processes to work. The hidden mind connects information, recognizes patterns, and creates possibilities in ways that are difficult to explain through deliberate thinking alone. But this hidden self becomes dangerous when it controls your life without your awareness. A person can spend years following beliefs they never chose. They can inherit fears from their environment. They can repeat emotional patterns from their past. They can mistake old programming for their true personality. Think about a computer running outdated software. The computer may work, but the old instructions can create problems in new situations. The hidden patterns inside your mind can work the same way. They were created for a reason, often to protect you, but protection from the past can become limitation in the present. The first step toward understanding your hidden self is not fighting it. It is noticing it. When you feel a strong emotional reaction, ask where it comes from. When you repeat a pattern you do not like, ask what belief is underneath it. When you make a decision, ask whether it came from your present values or from an old fear trying to keep you safe. The more you observe yourself, the more you discover that the person you call yourself is much larger than your conscious thoughts. Your awareness is like a flashlight moving through a massive room. Wherever the light shines becomes visible, but the darkness around it still exists. The hidden self is everything outside the current beam of attention. This does not mean you are controlled by invisible forces. It means you are more complex than the small part of yourself you experience directly. Your conscious mind is only one layer of a much deeper system. Understanding that hidden layer gives you the ability to make choices with greater freedom. The most mysterious part is that the hidden self is influencing you while remaining hidden. It shapes your preferences, your fears, your dreams, and your reactions, yet you rarely see it directly. It is like a shadow following you everywhere. You know it exists because of the way it moves, but you cannot fully grab it. Maybe the greatest journey of consciousness is not discovering something new outside yourself. Maybe it is slowly revealing what has always been inside. Because the deepest mystery is not that there are unknown parts of the universe. The deepest mystery is that there are unknown parts of you, quietly existing within the very mind you use to understand everything else. When do you become someone else? There is a question hidden inside every moment of change that almost nobody notices. At what point do you stop being the person you were and become someone new? It sounds simple at first, but the more you examine it, the stranger it becomes. You wake up every morning feeling like the same person who went to sleep the night before. Your name is the same. Your memories are still there. Your body feels familiar. But every day you think differently, learn something new, lose old beliefs, and gain new experiences. So when exactly does the old version of you disappear? Most people imagine identity as something permanent. They believe there is a fixed person inside them that remains unchanged while life happens around them. But if you look closely, that idea starts to break apart. The child you were years ago had different dreams, different fears, and different ways of seeing the world. That child would probably not understand many of the choices you make today. Yet you still say, "That was me." Somehow you feel connected to a person who no longer exists in the same way. This creates a strange mystery. If you can change so much and still remain yourself, then what is the thing that stays constant? Is it your body? Your body is constantly changing. The cells that make you up are replaced over time. Is it your personality? That changes too. People become calmer, more confident, more emotional, or more thoughtful as they move through life. Is it your memories? Even memories are not fixed. They can fade, shift, and become different every time you remember them. The feeling of being the same person seems obvious, but it is built on something much more complicated than we realize. Your brain creates a continuous story that connects your past, present, and future. It takes countless experiences and combines them into a single identity. This story creates the feeling that there has always been one unchanging you moving through time. But perhaps that feeling is not evidence of a permanent self. Perhaps it is the result of a process constantly rebuilding itself. Think about a river. You can stand beside the same river every year and call it by the same name. You can say it is the same river you saw as a child, but the water flowing through it is completely different. The river remains recognizable because there is a continuous pattern, not because the exact same water remains. Human identity may work in a similar way. Maybe you are not the same collection of thoughts, memories, and cells. Maybe you are a continuing process. This becomes even more interesting when you experience major life changes. A person who moves to a new country, changes careers, loses someone they love, or survives a difficult experience often says they feel like a different person. Sometimes they mean it emotionally. The old way they viewed themselves no longer fits. Their priorities change. Their values change. Their understanding of life changes. Something inside them has transformed. But did they actually become someone else? Or did they finally reveal a version of themselves that was already possible? This is where identity becomes difficult to define. We often think change means losing ourselves, but change is also the process through which the self develops. Psychologists understand identity as something that evolves through experiences and interpretation. The events of your life do not simply happen to you. Your mind organizes them into meaning. The same event can create completely different identities depending on how you understand it. A failure can create a belief that you are weak, or it can create a belief that you are resilient. The event stays the same, but the person who emerges from it changes. The strange thing is that this transformation usually happens without a clear moment. There is rarely a single morning when you wake up and realize you are no longer the old you. Change happens quietly. A belief disappears here. A habit changes there. A new perspective forms slowly. Then one day you look back and realize you are standing somewhere completely different. It is similar to watching a photograph slowly develop. At first, the image is unclear. Then small details appear. Eventually you realize the picture has completely changed. Your identity works in the same way. You are constantly becoming someone new, but because the process is gradual, you rarely notice the transformation while it is happening. This raises a deeper question. If you are always changing, who is the one noticing the change? There is something fascinating about the fact that you can look back at your past self and recognize the difference. You can say, I am not the same person I was before. But who is aware of that difference? What part of you has remained present enough to witness every version of yourself come and go? Maybe the answer is that the self is not a thing you possess. Maybe it is an ongoing experience created moment by moment. You are not a finished object moving through time. You are a constantly changing story that continues because each moment connects with the next. This idea can feel uncomfortable because humans naturally want stability. We want to believe there is a permanent core that will always remain the same. But perhaps the beauty of consciousness comes from the opposite truth. You are not defined by staying unchanged. You are defined by your ability to transform while still maintaining a sense of continuity. Every day, parts of you disappear. Old opinions fade. Old fears lose their power. Old dreams are replaced by new ones. The person you were yesterday quietly ends so the person you are becoming can exist. So when do you become someone else? Maybe there is no exact moment. Maybe you become someone else every time you see the world differently, every time you let go of an old belief, and every time a new version of you begins to take shape. The mystery is not that you change. The mystery is that something inside you is always there to notice that you have. Why are you you? Take a moment and ask yourself a question that seems almost impossible to answer. Why are you you? Not your name, not your job, not your memories, not the things you like or dislike. Those are parts of your identity, but they do not explain the deeper mystery. Why is there a specific person experiencing life from your exact point of view? Why are you looking through these eyes and not someone else's? Why is your consciousness attached to this life instead of another? The strange thing is that your existence feels completely normal to you. You wake up every morning and there is no confusion. You know this body is yours. You know these memories belong to you. You know this mind is the one experiencing the world. But when you stop and examine it, the certainty becomes mysterious. Out of all the possible people who could have existed, why did awareness appear here? Imagine standing in a crowded city surrounded by thousands of people. Every person around you has their own thoughts, their own memories, their own private experience of reality. They are all looking at the same world, but each one is trapped inside a completely different perspective. They can describe their lives. They can explain their feelings. But you can never directly experience the world from their point of view. Their consciousness is forever separate from yours. This is one of the deepest mysteries of existence. Science can explain many things about the human body. It can explain how your brain develops, how neurons communicate, how memories are formed, and how personality is influenced by genetics and environment. But there is still a question hiding beneath all of that. Why does all of this physical activity create a first-person experience at all? Why is there someone inside the system experiencing it? Your brain contains billions of neurons working together. These cells create patterns that influence your thoughts, emotions, and behavior. But somewhere between electrical signals and chemical reactions, there is a mystery. How does physical matter produce the feeling of being alive? How does a collection of cells create the experience of seeing a sunset, feeling love, remembering childhood, or asking questions about your own existence? This problem is often described as the mystery of consciousness. We can observe what the brain does, but understanding why there is an inner experience remains one of the hardest questions humans have ever explored. Now think about your own life story. You were born into a specific family, in a specific place, at a specific time. You inherited certain genes. You experienced certain events. You met certain people. Every conversation, every mistake, every success, and every moment of pain shaped the person you became. Change even one small detail, and your life could have unfolded differently. If your parents had met at a different time, you would not exist. If one event from your childhood had happened differently, your personality may have developed in another direction. Your entire identity depends on an incredible chain of events that had to happen exactly the way they did. Yet here you are. That fact alone is almost impossible to comprehend. Before you were born, there was no experience of being you. Then suddenly, a perspective appeared. A world became visible. Sounds became meaningful. Emotions became real. Somehow the universe produced a viewpoint that could look back at itself and ask why it exists. But the mystery becomes even deeper when you consider that you were not born with the identity you have today. The person you call yourself was slowly built. A baby does not understand its name. It does not know its personality. It does not have a detailed story about who it is. Those things develop over time. Your sense of self is created through memories, relationships, emotions, and experiences. The world around you constantly teaches you who you are. You learn what you are good at. You learn what scares you. You learn what matters to you. Little by little, a person emerges from the interaction between your mind and the world. So are you something permanent that was waiting to be discovered, or are you something that is constantly being created? This question becomes difficult because both possibilities feel true. You feel like the same person you were years ago, yet you have changed in countless ways. Your beliefs are different. Your body is different. Your priorities are different. But somewhere beneath all those changes, there remains a feeling of continuity. A child looks into the future and imagines becoming an adult. The adult looks back and remembers being that child. Both versions feel connected, even though they are separated by years of transformation. Something links every version together. Maybe you are not a fixed object. Maybe you are a process, like a flame that continues burning even though the material creating the flame constantly changes. The flame remains recognizable because there is continuity, not because every part stays identical. This idea changes how you see yourself. You are not simply a collection of memories and experiences. You are the ongoing process of becoming. Every moment adds something new. Every experience changes the person who exists in the next moment. But the deepest mystery remains. Even if we explain every memory, every emotion, and every biological process, one question still survives. Why is there an experience of being you instead of nothing at all? Why is there a person behind these thoughts? Why does awareness exist from this particular perspective? Maybe consciousness is not something that can be reduced to a simple explanation. Maybe the fact that you can ask why you exist is itself one of the strangest things about existence. The universe created something capable of observing it, questioning it, and wondering about its own place within it. And the most mysterious part is this. The question, why are you can only be asked by the very consciousness trying to understand itself. The observer and the mystery are the same thing. You are not just searching for the answer. You are the reason the question exists at all. The illusion of free will? Every day you make countless choices. What time to wake up? What food to eat? What words to say? Which path to take? These decisions feel personal. They feel like proof that you are in control of your life. You believe there is a conscious force inside you carefully examining options and choosing one direction over another. But what if the feeling of choosing comes after the decision has already begun? What if the person you believe is controlling every choice is actually watching a process that started somewhere deeper? This idea feels disturbing because free will is connected to how we understand ourselves. We praise people for good decisions and blame them for bad ones because we assume they could have chosen differently. We believe our choices reveal who we are. But if our decisions are influenced by forces we do not consciously control, then what does that mean for the idea of personal choice? Think about the last decision you made. Maybe you decided what to watch, what to buy, or what message to send. It probably felt like you were sitting inside your mind, looking at different options and selecting one. But before that conscious moment arrived, your brain was already processing information. It was comparing memories, emotions, habits, fears, and desires. The decision did not appear from nowhere. It emerged from a complex system operating beneath awareness. Scientists studying decision-making have discovered something fascinating. In certain experiments, researchers have detected brain activity related to a choice before people report consciously deciding. These findings do not prove that free will does not exist, but they challenge the simple idea that consciousness always starts the process. Sometimes the brain appears to begin preparing a decision before the conscious mind becomes aware of it. Imagine a person watching a movie and believing they are controlling the characters. They feel involved. They react emotionally. They predict what will happen next. But the story is already playing. They are experiencing it, but they are not creating every moment. The uncomfortable question is whether our conscious experience of decision-making works in a similar way. Your brain is constantly influenced by things you did not choose. You did not choose your genetics. You did not choose the family you were born into. You did not choose your early experiences, your childhood environment, or the culture that shaped your beliefs. These factors quietly influence your preferences, your fears, and your personality long before you are aware of them. Even your thoughts often appear before you decide to have them. You do not wake up and manually create every opinion inside your mind. Ideas arrive, emotions rise, memories return. Your brain produces a continuous stream of mental activity, and then consciousness experiences that stream as your own. Consider a simple example. Two people receive the same criticism. One becomes motivated and uses it as fuel. The other feels defeated and gives up. Why do they react differently? Because their brains contain different histories, different memories, different emotional patterns, different beliefs built through years of experience. The choice they make in that moment is shaped by an entire lifetime that came before it. This does not mean people are powerless. It does not mean effort is meaningless. In fact, understanding how the mind works can create a deeper form of control. If your choices are influenced by your thoughts and habits, then becoming aware of those influences allows you to change them. Freedom may not mean creating choices from absolute nothing. It may mean understanding the forces shaping your choices and learning how to work with them. Think about learning a skill. At first, every movement requires conscious effort. You have to think about each step. But with practice, the process becomes automatic. Your brain builds patterns that allow you to perform without constant awareness. This shows something important. A large part of human ability comes from processes happening beneath conscious thought. The same thing happens with behavior. A person who repeatedly chooses patience strengthens that pattern. A person who repeatedly reacts with anger strengthens that pattern. Over time, these responses become easier and more automatic. But automatic does not mean permanent. The brain can change. New patterns can be created through attention and repetition. Perhaps the real illusion is not that we make choices. Perhaps the illusion is believing that we are completely separate from the causes behind those choices. We imagine a small, independent self sitting inside the mind, untouched by biology, experience, and the world around us. But the person making the decision is the result of all those influences coming together. You are not separate from your past. You are shaped by it. You are not separate from your environment. You are influenced by it. You are not separate from your emotions and thoughts. They are part of the system creating your experience. But there is something fascinating. Even if every choice has causes behind it, you can still reflect on those causes. You can question your habits. You can challenge your beliefs. You can become aware of patterns that once controlled you automatically. That ability to observe and adjust may be one of the deepest forms of freedom available to human beings. A river follows the landscape around it. The shape of the land influences where the water flows. But over time, the river can also reshape the landscape itself. Human beings may be similar. We are influenced by countless forces, but through awareness, we can also influence the direction we take. So perhaps free will is not about being completely independent from everything that shaped us. Perhaps it is about becoming conscious of what shapes us. The more unaware we are, the more we are controlled by hidden patterns. The more aware we become, the more intentionally we can respond. The mystery remains because consciousness still cannot fully explain its own role in decision-making. Are you the creator of your choices? Are you the observer of choices produced by a deeper system? Or are you something in between? Maybe the answer is not as simple as having free will or having no free will. Maybe consciousness exists in the space between influence and intention, between automatic reactions and deliberate awareness. The strange truth is that the mind asking whether it is free is the same mind trying to understand the forces that created the question. What never changes? Look at your life and try to find one thing that has remained exactly the same since the beginning. Your body has changed. Your thoughts have changed. Your beliefs have changed. The people around you have changed. The world you live in has changed. Even the person you see in old photographs feels like someone from another lifetime. Yet somehow, through all of these changes, there is still a feeling that something has remained. Something has been there through every experience, every transformation, and every version of yourself. But what exactly is it? Most people assume the answer is obvious. They say the thing that never changes is the self. They believe there is a permanent identity hidden inside them, something untouched by time. But when you look closer, that idea becomes difficult to defend. The person you were as a child is not the same person you are today. Your interests, your fears, your values, and your understanding of life have all transformed. The thoughts you had years ago may no longer even make sense to you. Your body also challenges the idea of permanence. The physical form you identify as yourself is constantly changing. The cells in your body are replaced. Your appearance changes with age. Your voice changes. Your strength changes. Yet, when you look at an old picture of yourself, you do not see a stranger. You see yourself. Something connects every version of you, even though almost everything about you has changed. This is where the mystery begins. If everything about you changes, what creates the feeling of continuity? Why do you feel like the same person who existed years ago? Why does there seem to be a silent thread connecting every moment of your life? Think about a movie. A movie is made of thousands of individual frames. Each frame is separate from the one before it and the one after it. But when they move quickly enough, your mind experiences a continuous story. You do not see separate images. You see movement. You see life. Perhaps identity works in a similar way. Maybe the self is not a permanent object that remains unchanged. Maybe it is a continuous experience created by countless changing moments. But there is something even deeper. Your thoughts are always changing. One thought appears, then disappears. An emotion rises, then fades. A memory returns, then becomes distant again. Everything happening inside your mind is constantly moving. Yet you are aware of this movement. You notice thoughts changing. You notice feelings changing. You notice yourself changing. This creates a fascinating question. If everything you experience changes, what is the thing that notices the change? Imagine sitting beside an ocean. The waves are always moving. Some are large. Some are small. Some are calm. Some are violent. But the ocean remains present through all of them. The waves change constantly, but the space holding them remains. Conscious experience may be similar. Thoughts, emotions, and identities are like waves appearing within something deeper. Scientists studying consciousness continue to explore this mystery. They can observe brain activity connected to thoughts, emotions, memories, and perception. They can understand many mechanisms behind human experience. But the question of why there is an awareness experiencing those processes remains deeply challenging. The brain explains many aspects of what happens, but the feeling of being present remains one of the biggest mysteries. Consider a moment when you were completely absorbed in something. Maybe watching a beautiful sunset. Maybe listening to music. Maybe looking at the stars. For a brief moment, the constant inner conversation became quieter. You were not thinking about your past or planning your future. You were simply aware. There was just experience happening. In those moments, something interesting happens. Your identity becomes less dominant. The usual story about yourself becomes quieter. You are not thinking about your achievements, your problems, or your expectations. Yet you do not disappear. In some ways, you become more present than ever. This suggests that the deepest part of yourself may not be the story you constantly repeat about who you are. Your name, your history, and your personality are important, but they are constantly changing. They are layers built on top of something more basic. The simple fact of being aware. The strange thing is that awareness does not seem to have the same qualities as everything else. Thoughts have beginnings and endings. Memories appear and disappear. Emotions rise and fall. But the ability to experience them remains throughout the changes. Think about every stage of your life. The child version of you experienced the world. The teenager version of you experienced the world. The adult version of you experiences the world. The content of your life changed completely, but there was always an experience happening. There was always something present enough to witness each transformation. Maybe what never changes is not a personality or an identity. Maybe it is the simple capacity to experience, the silent awareness behind every thought, the presence that remains while everything else moves. This does not mean your memories, relationships, and experiences are meaningless. They create the unique person you become. They shape your perspective and give your life meaning. But perhaps they are not the deepest foundation of who you are. Perhaps they are the changing patterns appearing within something more constant. The mystery becomes even stranger when you realize that you cannot step outside awareness to examine it. Every attempt to understand consciousness happens within consciousness itself. The observer is always part of the thing being observed. The search for what never changes is happening through the very presence that may never have changed. So what never changes? Maybe the answer is not something you can hold, name, or describe. Maybe it is not an object hidden somewhere inside you. Maybe it is the quiet fact that experience is happening at all. Everything you know will transform. Your body will change. Your thoughts will change. Your world will change. But through every moment, there is something that simply notices. Something that has been there before every belief, every memory, and every version of yourself. And perhaps the greatest mystery is that the thing you have been searching for has never been missing. It has been the one silently watching you search. Why we fear the end. There is one fear almost every human being carries, even if they rarely speak about it. It appears in quiet moments, in moments of uncertainty, and sometimes in the middle of ordinary days when nothing seems wrong. It is the fear of the end, the fear that everything we know, everything we love, and everything we experience could one day disappear. But what exactly are we afraid of? Is it death itself? Is it losing the world around us? Or is it the impossible thought of no longer being here to experience anything at all? The strange thing about this fear is that nobody has ever experienced their own absence. You can experience pain. You can experience loss. You can experience change. But you cannot experience the moment when there is no longer an experience. Yet the human mind can imagine it. Somehow, consciousness can create an image of its own ending and then react emotionally to that image. This ability is both a gift and a burden. It allows us to plan, create, and protect ourselves. But it also allows us to fear possibilities that have not happened and may never be understood. A creature that can imagine the future can also imagine its own disappearance. Animals experience danger. They run from threats. They protect their lives. But humans do something different. We do not only fear immediate danger. We think about the distant future. We imagine years passing. We imagine aging. We imagine losing people we love. We imagine the final moment when our own story comes to an end. The fear does not come only from what might happen. It comes from knowing that something will happen. Psychologists believe this awareness of mortality plays a powerful role in human behavior. A theory known as terror management theory suggests that much of human culture is influenced by our awareness that life is temporary. People create meaning, traditions, achievements, relationships, and beliefs partly as ways of dealing with the knowledge that existence is limited. Think about how much of human life is built around leaving something behind. People create art, build companies, write books, raise children, and chase achievements that continue after they are gone. In some way, humans are constantly trying to extend themselves beyond the limits of one lifetime. We want proof that our existence mattered. But beneath that desire is another fear. The fear of being forgotten. Many people are not only afraid of dying, they are afraid that their life will disappear without leaving a mark. They fear that all their struggles, dreams, and experiences will eventually become meaningless. The idea that everything could vanish feels almost impossible for the mind to accept. This fear becomes even deeper when you examine the idea of identity. Most people do not only want to continue existing physically. They want their memories, personality, and sense of self to continue. They want the person they know themselves to be to survive. The thought of losing the body is frightening, but the thought of losing the self feels even more mysterious. Imagine spending your entire life building a story. Every experience adds another chapter. Every relationship adds another character. Every achievement adds another page. Then suddenly the book ends. The human mind naturally asks, why would there be a story at all if it eventually stops? But perhaps this question reveals something important about how we understand existence. We often assume that something has value only if it lasts forever. We believe temporary things are somehow less meaningful. But think about a song. A song does not become meaningless because it ends. Its beauty comes from the experience of hearing it while it exists. A sunset does not become less beautiful because it disappears. A conversation does not become less valuable because it finishes. A moment does not lose its importance because it cannot be repeated forever. Maybe life works the same way. Its meaning may not come from endless continuation. Its meaning may come from the fact that it is happening at all. The fear of the end also comes from our attachment to control. Humans are incredibly good at solving problems. We build technology. We predict weather. We create medicine. We organize the world around us. But death represents something that cannot be completely controlled. It reminds us that there are limits to what we can command. This is difficult for the human mind because we are used to being the center of our own experience. Every moment of life revolves around awareness. The world appears through consciousness. So imagining a world without that awareness feels impossible. The mind tries to picture nothingness, but every attempt creates something. There is always an observer imagining the absence of observation. Maybe this is why the fear of the end feels so strange. We are trying to understand something that exists outside our ability to experience it. The same consciousness that wants to understand the end is the consciousness that cannot witness its own disappearance. But there is another way to look at it. Every night when you fall into deep sleep, your normal sense of self temporarily disappears. You are not actively thinking about your identity. You are not remembering your problems. You are not experiencing the world in the usual way. Yet you wake up and continue your life. The transition between different states of consciousness happens constantly. Parts of your experience disappear and return. The person you were yesterday is already gone in many ways, replaced by a new version carrying the memory of the previous one. Change and endings are not rare events. They are happening throughout life. Perhaps the deepest fear is not actually the end itself. Perhaps it is the fear of losing what we believe we are. The fear that the story we spent our entire life creating might stop before we understand why it existed. And maybe that is why the mystery remains so powerful. Consciousness can explore the universe, understand distant galaxies, and uncover hidden laws of nature. But when it turns inward and asks what happens when it ends, it reaches a boundary it cannot cross. The end frightens us because we love being here. We love experiencing, connecting, remembering, and becoming. The fear itself is proof of something extraordinary. It reveals how deeply we value existence. Maybe the question is not only why we fear the end. Maybe the deeper question is why there is something here to fear losing in the first place. Why does this brief moment of awareness feel so precious? Why does being alive matter so much? Perhaps consciousness refuses to answer because the mystery of the end is connected to the mystery of the beginning, and both mysteries point toward the same impossible question. What exactly is this experience of being here? Consciousness without identity. Imagine waking up one day with no name, no memories, no personal history, and no idea of who you are. You open your eyes, but there is no story attached to the experience, no past to protect, no future to chase, no image of yourself to maintain. There is only awareness. There is only the simple fact that something is being experienced. This idea feels almost impossible because most of us believe consciousness and identity are the same thing. When you say I, you usually mean your memories, your personality, your opinions, your relationships, and everything that makes your life feel personal. Your identity feels like the center of your existence. But what if identity is not the source of consciousness? What if it is something added on top of awareness? From the moment you are born, your mind begins building a story. You learn your name. You recognize your family. You develop preferences. You collect memories. You begin to understand yourself as a separate individual moving through the world. Slowly, a sense of identity forms. But before the story existed, there was still experience happening. A baby does not begin life with a complete understanding of being a person. There is no detailed self-image. There is no personal history. Yet there is still awareness. There are sensations, emotions, reactions, and experiences. The world appears before the story about the world is created. This raises a strange possibility. Maybe consciousness does not need identity to exist. Maybe identity is a tool that consciousness develops to navigate life. Think about moments when your sense of self becomes quieter. Have you ever been completely absorbed in music, nature, or a meaningful conversation? For a brief moment, you stop thinking about yourself. You are not analyzing your personality. You are not comparing yourself to others. You are not replaying the past or planning the future. You are simply present. During those moments, your identity does not disappear completely, but it becomes less dominant. The constant inner story becomes quieter. Yet awareness remains. Experience continues. Something is still there to witness what is happening. This is one reason many meditation traditions focus on observing thoughts rather than identifying with them. The goal is not to destroy the self. The goal is to notice the difference between awareness and the content appearing inside awareness. Thoughts come and go. Emotions come and go. Even your sense of personality changes over time, but the ability to notice those changes seems to remain. Modern psychology also explores this separation through ideas about self-awareness and metacognition. Humans have the unique ability to observe their own mental processes. You can notice that you are thinking. You can recognize that you are feeling angry. You can observe fear without immediately becoming controlled by it. This suggests there is a layer of awareness that can stand apart from the changing contents of the mind. Consider your personality. You probably think of it as something stable. You say, "This is just who I am." But compare yourself with who you were 10 years ago. Your interests may have changed. Your beliefs may have changed. Your goals may have changed. The person you were back then may feel almost like a different individual. Yet you still recognize that person as yourself. Identity is constantly moving. It is shaped by experiences, relationships, and memories. It is not a fixed object. It is more like a story that continues being written. But the ability to experience that story may be something different. Imagine watching a movie. The characters change. The scenes change, the emotions change, but the screen remains. Without the screen, the movie cannot appear. In a similar way, thoughts, memories, and emotions create the content of your life. But consciousness may be the space where all of those experiences appear. This idea becomes especially interesting when looking at memory loss. Some people lose significant parts of their personal history because of illness or injury. They may forget names, events, and important details about their past. Their identity can change dramatically, yet there remains a person experiencing the present moment. The memories that created the old identity may disappear, but awareness does not simply vanish with them. This suggests that the feeling of being someone and the feeling of being aware may be connected but not identical. But if consciousness can exist without identity, then what exactly is identity for? Perhaps it is necessary for human life. Identity allows you to plan, learn, build relationships, and understand your place in the world. Without some sense of self, navigating life would become incredibly difficult. Your identity is like a map. It helps you move through the world. It tells you where you have been and where you want to go. But a map is not the same thing as the land itself. It is a representation that helps you understand your surroundings. Maybe your identity works the same way. It is useful, meaningful, and important, but it may not be the deepest layer of who you are. The mystery appears when you ask what remains if everything that creates identity is removed. Remove your name. Remove your memories. Remove your roles. Remove your achievements. Remove your fears. What is left? Most people struggle to answer because the mind tries to create another identity to replace the old one. It says, "I am the observer. I am the consciousness." But even that becomes another concept, another thought, another description. Perhaps the deepest part of consciousness cannot be turned into an object because it is the thing experiencing everything else. You can observe thoughts because they appear within awareness. You can observe emotions because they appear within awareness. But awareness itself is much harder to observe because it is the foundation of observation. Maybe consciousness without identity is not an empty state. Maybe it is the most basic form of experience. Before the labels, before the memories, before the personal story, there is simply the fact of being aware. The mystery is that you spend your entire life building a sense of who you are, yet the thing experiencing that identity may exist beyond the identity itself. The person you believe yourself to be is constantly changing, but the awareness witnessing those changes remains the silent background of every moment. And perhaps the question consciousness refuses to answer is not who you are, but what you are before you become someone. Beyond the self, there is a voice inside your mind that constantly says, I want this, I fear that, I remember this, I believe this. It creates a feeling that there is a separate person at the center of everything, watching life unfold from behind your eyes. This feeling is so powerful that most people never question it. It seems impossible to imagine existence without a self. But what if the self you experience every day is not the deepest part of who you are? What if the person you call yourself is only a layer built on top of something much larger? From the moment you wake up, your mind begins rebuilding the idea of who you are. Your memories return. Your responsibilities return. Your name returns. Your plans for the day return. Within seconds, the familiar feeling of being you comes back. But before those thoughts arrive, there is something interesting. There is simply awareness. There is experience happening before the story about the person experiencing it fully appears. This raises a strange question. Is the self the source of consciousness, or is the self something created within consciousness? Most people assume there is a permanent person inside them controlling everything. They imagine a small center of identity that remains unchanged while the world around it moves. But when you search for this permanent self, it becomes difficult to find. You find thoughts, but thoughts change. You find emotions, but emotions change. You find memories, but memories change. You find your personality, but even that transforms over time. So where exactly is the unchanging self? The philosopher David Hume once examined his own experience and described something surprising. When he looked inward, he could find thoughts, feelings, sensations, and memories, but he could not find a separate permanent self beyond those experiences. He found a collection of changing experiences rather than a single unchanging object. This idea challenges the way most people naturally understand themselves. But if the self is not a fixed thing, why does it feel so real? The answer may be that the self is a useful construction. Your brain creates a sense of identity because it helps you survive. Knowing where your body ends and the world begins is important. Remembering your past helps you make decisions. Having goals helps you move toward the future. The sense of self allows you to function as a human being. But something being useful does not necessarily mean it is the deepest truth. Think about a rainbow. A rainbow is real. You can see it. You can experience its beauty. But if you try to find the physical object called a rainbow, you will not find one. A rainbow is created through a relationship between sunlight, water, and the observer. It exists as an experience rather than as a separate object. The self may be similar. It is real as an experience, but it may not exist in the way we imagine. Your identity is created from countless influences. Your genetics, your childhood, your culture, your relationships, your memories, and your experiences all shape the person you believe yourself to be. Change enough of these factors, and your identity changes. Yet throughout all these changes, there remains the simple experience of being aware. This is where the idea of going beyond the self becomes fascinating. It does not mean destroying your personality or pretending you do not exist. It means recognizing that the story you tell about yourself may not be the complete picture. Have you ever experienced a moment when the usual sense of yourself became quieter? Maybe while standing in front of a breathtaking landscape. Maybe while listening to music that completely absorbed your attention. Maybe during a moment of deep connection with another person. For a brief time, the constant thoughts about yourself disappear. There is no need to prove anything. No need to compare. No need to protect an image. There is only experience. People often describe these moments as feeling larger than themselves. They feel connected to something beyond their usual identity. The boundaries between themselves and the world seem less rigid. The mind becomes quieter, but awareness becomes stronger. Scientists studying the brain have found that certain patterns of activity are associated with the sense of self, particularly within a network called the default mode network. This network is involved in self-reflection, remembering the past and imagining the future. During certain experiences such as deep meditation or intense moments of focus, activity in this network can change. Researchers are still exploring exactly what these changes mean, but they reveal something important. The feeling of being a separate self is connected to specific processes in the brain. This means the self you experience is not a simple fixed object. It is something your mind continuously creates and maintains. Think about a flame. A flame looks like one thing, but it is actually a constantly changing process. New molecules are burning every moment. The flame remains recognizable because the process continues. The self may work the same way. There is continuity, but not necessarily a permanent, unchanging entity. The idea of going beyond the self can feel frightening because identity gives us security. Your story tells you where you came from and where you are going. It gives meaning to your experiences. Losing the belief in a fixed self can feel like losing the ground beneath your feet. But perhaps the opposite is true. Maybe recognizing that the self is not fixed creates more freedom. If you are not trapped by a permanent identity, then you are capable of change. You do not have to remain the person created by your past mistakes. You do not have to protect an outdated image of yourself. You can continue evolving because you are not a finished object. The strange thing is that the self spends its entire life trying to understand itself. The mind creates a story about who you are, then uses that same story to search for the truth. But perhaps the deepest realization is that you are not only the character in the story. You are also the awareness experiencing the story. The person you call yourself is constantly changing. Your thoughts will change. Your emotions will change. Your body will change. Your memories will change. But the mystery remains in the simple fact that experience continues. Maybe going beyond the self does not mean finding something outside yourself. Maybe it means discovering that the self was never as separate as it appeared. And perhaps the question consciousness refuses to answer is this: if the self is only a story appearing within awareness, then what is the awareness that has been watching the story all along? The unspeakable experience. There are moments in life that feel impossible to describe, not because they are unclear, but because they feel deeper than language itself. You may have experienced one before, a moment standing under a sky full of stars, A moment hearing a piece of music that completely absorbs you. A moment of deep connection where words feel unnecessary. Something happens inside you, something powerful and undeniable, yet when you try to explain it, the experience becomes smaller. The words never seem enough. This reveals something strange about human consciousness. We spend our entire lives using language to understand the world, but there may be parts of experience that exist before words, before explanation, before concepts. The mind tries to capture these moments, but the moment it turns them into sentences, something is lost. Think about trying to explain the taste of something to a person who has never experienced it. You can describe the ingredients. You can explain the texture. You can compare it to something familiar. But no amount of description creates the actual experience. The person only truly understands when they taste it themselves. Some aspects of consciousness may work the same way. They cannot be transferred through information. They can only be experienced. This is one of the deepest mysteries of awareness. Everything you know about the world arrives through experience, yet experience itself cannot always be fully explained. You can describe what happens when you feel happiness, sadness, love, or wonder, but the actual feeling remains something private, something only the person experiencing it can directly know. Imagine trying to explain the color blue to someone who has been blind since birth. You could describe wavelengths of light. You could compare it to calmness or the ocean. But the actual experience of seeing blue remains beyond the explanation. The information can be shared, but the experience cannot be transferred. This gap between explanation and experience is one reason consciousness remains such a mystery. Science can measure brain activity. It can observe patterns connected to emotions, thoughts, and perceptions. It can describe what happens in the brain when someone experiences joy or fear. But the personal feeling of that experience remains something different. There is a difference between knowing the facts about an experience and actually having the experience. This is sometimes called the difference between objective knowledge and subjective experience. Objective knowledge can be measured and shared. Subjective experience is what it feels like from the inside. Science is incredibly powerful at understanding the first, but the second remains deeply mysterious. Consider a moment of awe. Maybe you are looking at a massive mountain range or standing near the ocean during a storm. For a brief moment, your normal sense of self becomes quieter. Your worries seem smaller. The boundaries between you and the world feel less solid. You are not analyzing the moment. You are simply experiencing it. Many people describe these moments as feeling beyond words. They say they felt connected to something larger than themselves. They felt present in a way that everyday thinking rarely allows. The strange part is that the experience often feels more real than ordinary moments, even though it is harder to describe. Why would something impossible to explain feel so meaningful? Perhaps because language is not the source of experience. It is only a tool created to communicate certain parts of experience. Words are useful for describing objects, events, and ideas. But consciousness itself is not an object sitting outside you. It is the very space in which everything appears. A camera can capture an image, but it cannot experience the beauty of what it captures. A computer can process information, but it does not necessarily feel the meaning behind that information. Human beings do not only collect data about the world, they experience the world. This is what makes consciousness so strange. The universe contains countless things that exist, But somehow one part of the universe became capable of feeling itself. Matter became aware. A collection of physical processes became capable of asking questions about existence. And the experience of that awareness cannot be fully reduced to words. Throughout history, people who have explored deep states of consciousness have often described similar limitations of language. Mystics, philosophers, and individuals who have experienced profound moments of awareness frequently say the same thing. The experience feels clear internally, but almost impossible to communicate externally. This does not mean these experiences are imaginary. In fact, their difficulty to describe may be exactly what makes them unique. Some things are not understood by collecting more explanations. They are understood through direct experience. Think about love. You can study the biology of attraction. You can measure brain chemicals. You can explain the psychological factors involved. But none of those explanations fully capture what it feels like to love someone. The explanation is true, but it is not the whole experience. The same may be true for consciousness itself. We can study the brain. We can create theories. We can investigate how awareness works. But the experience of being aware remains something we encounter directly every moment. The strange thing is that you are experiencing this mystery right now. You are not observing consciousness from the outside. You are consciousness experiencing itself through a human life. The thing you are trying to understand is also the thing doing the understanding. Maybe that is why some experiences remain unspeakable. They are not hidden because they are too complicated. They are hidden because they are too close. You cannot step outside awareness and look at it like an object, because every attempt to examine it is already happening within awareness. The deepest mysteries are not always found in distant galaxies or unexplored places. Sometimes they are hidden in the most familiar experience of all. The simple fact that something is being experienced. And perhaps the greatest mystery consciousness refuses to answer is not what exists beyond experience. It is how experience exists in the first place. How does anything become known? How does a moment become meaningful? How does the universe create a being that can feel wonder, ask questions, and search for answers that may never fit into words? The limits of consciousness. There is one assumption almost everyone makes without realizing it. We believe that if we think hard enough, question deeply enough, and search long enough, we can eventually understand everything. It is an inspiring idea. It has driven science, philosophy, and human progress for thousands of years. But what if there are questions that consciousness simply cannot answer? Not because we have not found the answers yet, but because the very tool we are using has limits that it can never escape. Imagine asking your eyes to see themselves without using a mirror. No matter how hard they try, they cannot directly observe themselves. The problem is not effort. The problem is structure. The eyes are designed to look outward, not inward. Consciousness may face a similar challenge. It is the tool we use to examine reality, yet it is also the thing we are trying to understand. Think about your own mind for a moment. You can observe your thoughts. You can notice your emotions. You can remember your past and imagine your future. But can you ever step completely outside your own awareness and examine it from the outside? Every attempt to understand consciousness is already happening inside consciousness. It is like trying to bite your own teeth or stand on your own shoulders. The observer and the thing being observed are inseparable. This creates one of the deepest paradoxes in human existence. We have explored the depths of the ocean. We have looked billions of light years into space. We have uncovered invisible particles and mapped the human genome. Yet the simple experience of being aware remains one of the greatest mysteries we have ever encountered. Scientists can identify areas of the brain involved in memory, perception, language, and emotion. They can measure electrical activity and observe how different regions communicate. These discoveries have transformed our understanding of the human mind. But even with all this knowledge, one question refuses to disappear. Why does any of it feel like something from the inside? Why is there an experience of seeing, hearing, thinking, and existing instead of only physical processes taking place? This is why consciousness is often called the hardest problem in science. We can explain how information moves through the brain, but explaining why those processes produce an inner experience remains incredibly difficult. It is as though we have learned everything about a musical instrument while still not understanding why music can move us emotionally. Now consider another possibility. What if the universe contains truths that the human mind is simply not built to comprehend? This idea may sound discouraging, but it is not unusual in nature. A dog cannot understand advanced mathematics, not because it lacks effort, but because its brain is not designed for that kind of thinking. A fish cannot imagine flying because flight exists completely outside its experience. Humans often assume they stand at the top of understanding, but perhaps we are simply another species with our own cognitive limits. There may be realities beyond our ability to perceive, patterns beyond our ability to recognize, and truths beyond our ability to imagine. Even your senses reveal these limits. Your eyes detect only a tiny portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. Your ears hear only a narrow range of sound frequencies. Countless signals pass through your body every second without you noticing them. The reality you experience is already a filtered version of what exists. Your brain performs another remarkable trick. Every second it receives an overwhelming amount of information, far more than consciousness could ever handle directly. To prevent overload, the brain filters almost everything out. It decides what deserves your attention and quietly ignores the rest. The world you experience is not all of reality. It is the small portion your brain believes is useful for survival. Think about how often you fail to notice something that was directly in front of you until another person points it out. Suddenly it seems obvious, but moments earlier it was completely invisible. The information was there all along. Your attention simply never selected it. This suggests something fascinating. The limits of consciousness are not only about what we cannot know, they also shape what we believe we already know. We mistake our personal experience for complete reality because it is the only reality we have ever known. Language also reveals another boundary. Words allow us to communicate ideas, but they cannot perfectly capture your experience. You can describe the taste of your favorite meal or the feeling of falling in love, yet another person still has to experience those things directly to truly understand them. Language points toward experience, but it never becomes the experience itself. This limitation appears whenever we ask the biggest questions. Why does anything exist instead of nothing? Why is there awareness? Why does time move forward? Every answer seems to create another question. It feels as though consciousness reaches a horizon that continues moving farther away the closer we approach it. But perhaps these limits are not failures. Perhaps they are reminders of how extraordinary existence really is. A mystery does not lose its value because it remains unsolved. In many ways, mystery is what keeps curiosity alive. If every question had a complete answer, exploration would come to an end. Imagine reading a book where every surprise was revealed on the first page. You would never feel wonder. You would never feel anticipation. The unknown gives meaning to the search itself. Maybe consciousness was never meant to contain the entire universe within its understanding. Maybe its purpose is not complete certainty, but continuous discovery. Every generation uncovers truths that previous generations thought impossible. Every answer expands the edge of the unknown instead of eliminating it. The most humbling realization is that the greatest mystery may not be somewhere far beyond the stars. It may be the awareness reading these words right now. The very thing trying to understand reality is itself part of the mystery it seeks to solve. And perhaps that is the final limit consciousness can never cross. It can explore everything that appears within experience, but it may never fully step outside itself to see what lies beyond. The closer it comes to understanding its own nature, the more it discovers that the one asking the question and the mystery being questioned have always been the very same thing: the hidden mind. Right now, while you are listening to these words, your mind is doing thousands of things you are completely unaware of. Your heart continues beating without asking for permission. Your lungs keep breathing. Your eyes constantly adjust to light. Your brain filters sounds, recognizes patterns, predicts what will happen next, and sorts through millions of pieces of information every single second. You are only aware of a tiny fraction of it. That should make you wonder about something unsettling. If so much of your mind is hidden from you, then who is really running your life? Most people believe their conscious thoughts are in control. It feels like every decision begins with the voice inside their head. They think they carefully choose what to believe, how to react, and what actions to take. But the deeper you look, the more that certainty begins to fall apart. Long before a thought reaches your awareness, your brain has already been processing memories, emotions, habits, and predictions that you never consciously noticed. Think about walking into a room and immediately feeling uncomfortable without knowing why. A few moments later, you notice someone who reminds you of a person from your past. Your conscious mind did not make that connection first. Your hidden mind recognized the pattern instantly and sent an emotional signal before you even understood what was happening. The feeling arrived before the explanation. This happens far more often than people realize. Have you ever met someone for the first time and instantly trusted them, or immediately felt uneasy around them without any obvious reason? Your hidden mind is constantly comparing new experiences with old memories. It searches for familiar patterns, potential dangers, and emotional similarities faster than conscious thought can keep up. By the time your inner voice explains why you feel a certain way, much of the decision has already been influenced. Scientists studying the brain have discovered that an enormous amount of mental activity happens outside conscious awareness. Your brain is constantly making predictions about the world. It fills in missing information, recognizes faces almost instantly, completes sentences before people finish speaking, and prepares your body to react before you consciously understand what is happening. Conscious awareness receives the final result, but it rarely witnesses the entire process. Imagine watching a magic show. You see the impossible trick happen right in front of your eyes, but you never see the hidden movements that made it possible. Your conscious mind experiences the final illusion, while the real work remains invisible. The hidden mind operates in much the same way. You experience the finished thought without seeing the countless invisible processes that created it. This hidden system also explains why changing habits can feel so difficult. Many people believe they simply need more motivation or stronger discipline. They promise themselves they will stop procrastinating, eat healthier, or become more confident. Yet they often return to the same patterns again and again. The reason is that habits are not stored only in conscious thought. They become deeply wired into automatic systems that operate beneath awareness. Think about learning to ride a bicycle. At first, every movement requires your full attention. You carefully balance, steer, and pedal at the same time. After enough practice, you no longer think about those actions. Your hidden mind takes over, allowing you to ride while carrying on a conversation or enjoying the scenery. The same process happens with emotional habits, fears, and daily behaviors. Repetition quietly moves them from conscious effort into automatic patterns. This hidden part of the mind is not only responsible for problems, it is also the source of incredible creativity. Have you ever struggled with a difficult problem for hours, only to discover the answer while taking a shower or walking outside? It feels almost magical, but your hidden mind never stopped working. While your conscious attention moved elsewhere, deeper mental processes continued connecting ideas until the solution suddenly appeared. Many artists, scientists, and inventors have described this experience. They search for an answer with no success, then inspiration arrives unexpectedly. The conscious mind experiences the breakthrough, but the hidden mind has been building it quietly behind the scenes. Your dreams offer another glimpse into this invisible world. Every night your brain creates entire landscapes, conversations, and stories without your deliberate control. Sometimes dreams replay old memories. Sometimes they combine unrelated experiences into strange new forms. Sometimes they reveal emotions you never admitted to yourself while awake. Although dreams remain mysterious, they remind us that the mind continues working even when conscious control fades. The hidden mind also shapes the way you see yourself. Many beliefs about your identity were formed long before you had the ability to question them. A child repeatedly praised for being creative may grow into an adult who confidently explores new ideas. Another child constantly criticized may unconsciously carry self-doubt for decades. These beliefs become invisible filters through which every new experience is interpreted. That is why two people can face the exact same situation and react completely differently. One sees an opportunity while another sees a threat. One feels excited while another feels afraid. The difference often begins beneath awareness, where years of memories and emotional patterns silently shape perception. But here is the encouraging part. Hidden does not mean permanent. The moment you begin observing your reactions, instead of blindly following them, something changes. You create space between yourself and the automatic patterns running beneath the surface. That space allows new habits to form, old fears to weaken, and unconscious beliefs to become visible. Awareness is like shining a flashlight into a dark room. The room was always there, but now you can finally see what has been influencing your movements. You cannot instantly change everything you discover, but you are no longer completely controlled by what remained hidden. Perhaps the greatest illusion is believing that you already know your own mind. In reality, most of what shapes your thoughts, emotions, and decisions exists beneath the surface, quietly guiding your life without introducing itself. The conscious self often receives the credit, But the hidden mind has been working long before the conscious story begins. And perhaps that is why consciousness refuses to answer every question about itself. The deeper you search within your own mind, the more you discover that the largest part of who you are has been silently operating just beyond the edge of awareness all along. Can consciousness see itself? There is a question so strange that the moment you truly think about it, your mind almost seems to freeze. Can consciousness actually see itself? At first, the answer feels obvious. You are aware right now. You can think about your own thoughts. You can notice your emotions. You can reflect on your memories. Surely that means consciousness can observe itself. But look closer, and something unexpected happens. Every time you try to examine awareness itself, it seems to slip away. Imagine trying to look directly into your own eyes without using a mirror. No matter how hard you try, it cannot be done. Your eyes can see almost everything around them, but they cannot directly see themselves. Consciousness may have the same limitation. It can observe thoughts, feelings, memories, and sensations, but can it ever become an object that it fully observes? Most people assume they know what consciousness is because they experience it every day. It feels familiar. It feels constant. But familiarity is not the same as understanding. You use consciousness to experience every moment of your life, yet you have probably never stopped to ask what it actually is. Try something simple. Close your eyes and watch your thoughts for a few seconds. You will notice ideas appearing without effort. Memories come and go. Emotions rise and fade. Perhaps you hear your inner voice commenting on everything that happens. Now ask yourself a different question. What is noticing all of this? The first answer is usually, I am. But who is this I? Is it another thought? Is it another voice? Or is it something that cannot be turned into an object because it is the very thing doing the observing? This is where the mystery begins. Every object in your experience can be noticed. You can notice your breathing. You can notice sounds around you. You can notice the feeling of your body resting in a chair. You can even notice your own thoughts. But awareness itself does not appear in the same way. It never stands in front of you as something separate. It remains the silent background in which everything else appears. Think about a flashlight shining inside a dark room. The beam reveals furniture, walls, and objects hidden in the darkness. But the beam cannot easily shine on itself. It reveals everything except its own source. Consciousness seems to work in much the same way. It illuminates every experience while remaining strangely invisible. Scientists have learned an incredible amount about the brain. They can observe which regions become active during memory, perception, language, and emotion. They can measure electrical signals and track networks communicating with one another. These discoveries explain many important parts of how the mind works. Yet one mystery remains. Why is there an inner experience at all? The brain can explain how information is processed, but explaining why processing feels like something from the inside is much more difficult. You can describe every musical note in a song, but that does not explain why the music moves someone emotionally. In the same way, understanding the mechanics of the brain does not completely explain the experience of being aware. Have you ever become so absorbed in a beautiful sunset that, for a brief moment, your constant inner conversation disappeared? You were not thinking about your past. You were not planning your future. There was simply seeing. There was simply experience. Those moments often feel strangely peaceful because the usual effort of defining yourself becomes quieter. People who practice meditation often describe something similar. At first, they believe they are trying to stop their thoughts. Then they discover something surprising. The goal is not to force silence. It is to notice that thoughts come and go while awareness remains. Over time, they begin recognizing a difference between the changing contents of the mind and the quiet presence observing them. But can that observing presence ever observe itself? Imagine a camera trying to photograph its own lens without using another mirror or camera. It can capture everything in front of it, but the lens itself always remains part of the process rather than the subject. Consciousness may face the same challenge. The observer cannot completely become the observed because observation itself depends on the observer. This does not mean the search is meaningless. In fact, it may explain why so many people throughout history have described awareness as mysterious rather than mysterious because it is distant, but mysterious because it is too close. You never notice it as an object because it is present in every experience you have ever had. Think about space inside a room. Most people pay attention to the furniture, the walls, and the decorations. They rarely notice the empty space itself, even though nothing could exist inside the room without it. Awareness may be similar. We spend our lives focusing on thoughts, emotions, achievements, and problems while overlooking the silent presence that makes every experience possible. This changes the way you think about identity. If awareness cannot be fully turned into an object, then perhaps the deepest part of who you are is not something you can describe with words. Your name can be described. Your personality can be described. Your memories can be described. But the awareness experiencing all of those things remains beyond complete description. Maybe that is why every attempt to define consciousness feels incomplete. The moment you describe it, you are describing something appearing within awareness rather than awareness itself. Words point toward it, but they never become it. The strange truth is that you have never been separated from the answer. Every thought you have ever had has appeared within consciousness. Every emotion has appeared within consciousness. Every question has appeared within consciousness. The thing you are searching for has been present in every moment of your life. And perhaps that is why consciousness can never fully see itself. Not because it is hidden somewhere beyond reach, but because it is the one doing all the seeing. The observer cannot step outside itself without stopping the very act of observation. The closer you come to understanding consciousness, the more you realize that the search and the seeker have always been one and the same. The myth of the self. From the moment you learned to say the word I, an invisible story began forming inside your mind. I like this, I hate that. I am this kind of person. I could never do that. Little by little, those thoughts came together and created something that felt completely real. You called it yourself. It became the center of every decision, every memory, and every experience. But here is the unsettling question almost nobody asks. What if the self you spend your entire life protecting is not what you think it is? This sounds impossible at first because your identity feels more real than anything else. You know your name. You remember your past. You recognize your face in the mirror. You carry the same personal story from one day to the next. It seems obvious that there must be a permanent person behind all of it. But when you begin searching for that person, something strange happens. You find thoughts, you find emotions, you find memories, you find beliefs. Yet the permanent self you expected to discover never clearly appears. Think about your childhood. The person you were at 5 years old had different fears, different dreams, different knowledge, and a completely different understanding of the world. That child probably would not recognize many of the decisions you make today. Now think about the person you may become 20 years from now. Your opinions may change again. Your priorities may shift. Your personality may continue evolving. If every version of you is different, then which one is the real you? Most people answer by saying all of them are. But that answer creates another mystery. If every version changes, what exactly remains the same? Your brain constantly updates the story you call your identity. Every new experience becomes another chapter. Every success changes your confidence. Every disappointment reshapes your expectations. Every relationship leaves its mark. The self feels stable because the changes happen gradually, but it is constantly being rewritten. Imagine reading a novel one page at a time. You become so focused on the story that you forget it is being created word by word. Your identity works in a similar way. It feels like one solid thing because your mind continuously connects each moment into a single narrative. Psychologists often describe the self as a mental model. It is the brain's way of organizing experiences into a coherent story. This model helps you make decisions, maintain relationships, and plan for the future. Without it, daily life would become confusing and disorganized. But something being useful does not necessarily mean it exists exactly as it appears. Think about a country. A country feels like a single permanent thing, yet it is actually made of changing people, changing buildings, changing governments, and changing generations. The name remains while almost everything inside it changes over time. The self may work in much the same way. It feels permanent because the pattern continues, not because every part remains the same. There is another clue hidden in your everyday experience. Have you ever caught yourself saying, "I do not know why I did that"? Or maybe you looked back at an old decision and wondered what you were thinking. If there were one fixed self completely in control, why would your own actions sometimes surprise you? The truth is that much of your behavior begins beneath conscious awareness. Emotions, habits, memories, and unconscious patterns influence your decisions before your inner voice creates an explanation. The story you tell yourself often comes after the deeper processes have already shaped your actions. The self is not only making choices, it is also explaining choices that have already begun. This does not mean your identity is fake. It means it is dynamic. It is constantly adapting to new experiences. Every conversation changes you slightly. Every challenge reshapes your understanding. Every lesson becomes another piece of the story. Imagine a whirlpool forming in a river. It has a recognizable shape, but the water creating that shape is constantly changing. No single drop stays there for long, yet the pattern remains visible. Your identity may be similar. It is a stable pattern created by constantly changing thoughts, memories, emotions, and experiences. This idea can feel uncomfortable because humans naturally crave certainty. We want something permanent to hold on to. We want to believe there is an unchanging person at the center of everything. But perhaps the search for a permanent self creates unnecessary suffering. If you believe your identity can never change, then every mistake feels permanent. Every failure feels like proof of who you are. But if the self is an ongoing process instead of a fixed object, then growth becomes possible. You are not trapped by yesterday's version of yourself. You are not limited by old beliefs or past experiences. Every moment becomes another opportunity for the story to evolve. Have you ever noticed that your inner voice changes depending on the situation? Around close friends, you may feel like one person. At work, you may behave differently. Around family, another side of you appears. Which version is the real one? Perhaps they are all expressions of the same changing process rather than evidence of one permanent identity. The strange thing is that while your personality continues changing, there remains a quiet awareness noticing every transformation. You remember being a child. You notice becoming older. You observe your own beliefs changing. The contents of your life constantly move, yet something continues witnessing those changes. Maybe the greatest myth is not that the self exists. Maybe the myth is believing the self is a finished object instead of a living process. The person you call yourself is not carved in stone. It is being created every single day through every thought, every choice, and every experience. And perhaps that is why consciousness refuses to give a final answer about who you are. The moment you believe you have found your true self, life changes again. Another experience reshapes you. Another lesson rewrites the story. Another version of you quietly begins to emerge. The deepest mystery may not be discovering the one true self. It may be realizing that the self has never stopped becoming something new, while the awareness watching that endless transformation has been silently present all along. The secret life of dreams. Every single night, you disappear into a world that feels completely real. You see people who are not there. You visit places that do not exist. You experience fear, joy, confusion, and wonder as if everything is actually happening. Then you wake up, and within minutes most of it begins to fade away. It feels like your mind spent hours creating an entire universe, only to erase it before you could fully understand it. The question is, why? Why does consciousness create dreams at all? Most people think of dreams as random stories with no real purpose. Strange images stitched together by a sleeping brain. But the more scientists study dreams, the more they realize they are far from meaningless. While you sleep, your brain remains incredibly active. It organizes memories, processes emotions, strengthens learning, and connects ideas that seemed completely unrelated while you were awake. Your body may be resting, but your hidden mind is still hard at work. Think about a difficult day in your life. Maybe you had an argument with someone you cared about, faced a stressful situation at work, or struggled with a painful decision. That night, you may dream about something that appears completely unrelated. Perhaps you are running through an unfamiliar city or searching for a lost object. On the surface, the dream makes no sense. But emotionally, it carries the same feelings you experienced during the day. Your dreaming mind rarely speaks in direct language. Instead, it uses symbols, emotions, and stories. It transforms your experiences into strange narratives that often seem confusing when you wake up. Yet beneath the bizarre images, your brain may be processing emotions that your conscious mind never fully understood. Imagine your mind as a giant library. Every day, new books are thrown onto the shelves. Conversations, faces, sounds, fears, successes, disappointments, and memories all arrive at once. If no one organized them, the library would become impossible to navigate. Dreams may be part of the process that quietly sorts through everything, deciding what should be remembered, what should be connected, and what can be let go. Scientists have found that sleep plays a major role in strengthening memories and learning. During certain stages of sleep, especially rapid eye movement sleep, the brain becomes highly active. It replays information, strengthens important connections, and reshapes experiences into long-term memory. This is one reason students often remember information better after a good night's sleep than after staying awake all night. But dreams seem to do more than organize facts. They also organize emotions. Think about how often you wake up feeling emotionally different from the night before. A problem that seemed overwhelming suddenly feels manageable. A painful memory loses some of its intensity. A creative solution appears out of nowhere. Your conscious mind believes it rested, but your hidden mind spent the night working through emotional puzzles you never noticed. Some of history's greatest discoveries have even been connected to dreams. Inventors, musicians, scientists, and writers have described waking up with ideas that seemed to appear from nowhere. While they slept, their brains continued connecting information in ways that conscious thinking could not. The dream became a doorway to creativity rather than an escape from reality. Yet not every dream is comforting. Many people experience recurring dreams that repeat the same fears over and over again. Falling from great heights, being chased by something unseen, arriving unprepared for an important event. These dreams often reflect unresolved emotions rather than predictions about the future. The brain keeps returning to the same emotional pattern because it has not fully processed it. Nightmares work in a similar way. Although they can feel terrifying, researchers believe they may help the brain rehearse responses to danger or process intense emotional experiences. Your mind creates difficult situations in a safe environment where no real harm can occur. In a strange way, dreams may be preparing you for waking life. Then there are the dreams that feel almost impossible to explain. Have you ever dreamed about someone you have not thought about in years, only to remember them vividly the next day? Have you ever visited places in dreams that felt more real than ordinary life? Have you ever woken up with the powerful feeling that the dream meant something, even though you could not explain why? These experiences remind us that the mind contains depths we rarely explore while awake. Your conscious awareness experiences only a small portion of your mental life. Beneath the surface, memories, emotions, and associations are constantly interacting in ways that remain invisible. Lucid dreaming makes the mystery even stranger. Some people become aware that they are dreaming while the dream is still happening. They realize the world around them is created by their own mind, yet they continue experiencing it as though it were real. In those moments, consciousness observes itself, creating an entire reality from within. Think about how incredible that is. While your body sleeps in complete stillness, your mind builds landscapes, conversations, sounds, colors, and entire stories that can feel just as convincing as waking life. If consciousness can create a world that feels completely real during sleep, it naturally raises another question. How certain are you that your ordinary experience of reality is exactly what it seems? Of course, waking life is grounded by consistent physical laws that dreams are not. But both experiences reveal something remarkable. Everything you have ever known about the world reaches you through consciousness. Whether awake or dreaming, your reality always arrives through the experience of awareness. Perhaps dreams are not simply meaningless stories created by a sleeping brain. Perhaps they are windows into the hidden processes constantly shaping your thoughts, emotions, and identity. They reveal that your mind never truly rests. Even in silence, even in darkness, consciousness continues exploring itself. And perhaps that is the greatest secret dreams quietly reveal. The person you believe yourself to be during the day is only one part of a much larger mind. Every night, while your waking identity falls asleep, another side of consciousness begins speaking in a language that words can never fully translate. What the unconscious knows. There is a part of your mind that knows things before you do. It notices patterns you never consciously see. It remembers details you believe you have forgotten. It quietly influences your feelings, your decisions, and your behavior without ever asking for permission. Most of the time, you do not even realize it is there. Yet it may be shaping your life more than the voice inside your head ever could. The unsettling question is this: what does the unconscious know that your conscious mind does not? Think about the last time you had a strange feeling that something was wrong, even though you could not explain why. Maybe you met someone who seemed perfectly friendly, yet you felt uneasy around them. Hours later, you realized they reminded you of someone from your past who had betrayed your trust. Your conscious mind had not noticed the connection, but your unconscious had already recognized the pattern. This happens constantly. Long before you become aware of a situation, your brain is comparing it with countless memories stored beneath awareness. Tiny details such as facial expressions, tone of voice, body language, and even subtle changes in your environment are processed almost instantly. By the time your conscious mind begins analyzing what is happening, your unconscious has already reached its first conclusion. It is almost like having a silent partner living inside your mind, one who never speaks directly, yet constantly sends signals through emotions, instincts, and sudden feelings. The strange part is that this hidden partner has access to far more information than your conscious awareness ever does. Your conscious mind can only focus on a small amount of information at one time. It is limited. It can carefully think through one problem while ignoring thousands of others. But the unconscious does not work that way. It processes enormous amounts of information simultaneously. It notices patterns, predicts outcomes, and connects experiences without requiring your attention. Imagine standing in the middle of a crowded room. You believe you are only listening to one conversation, but your brain is quietly monitoring everything around you. If someone across the room suddenly says your name, your attention immediately shifts. Somehow your mind was tracking sounds you were not consciously listening to. The unconscious had been paying attention all along. Scientists studying perception have found that the brain processes far more sensory information than reaches conscious awareness. Most of it is filtered out because if you experienced every detail at once, your mind would become overwhelmed. Instead, the unconscious acts like an invisible editor, deciding what deserves your attention and what can remain hidden. This hidden system also explains why people sometimes solve difficult problems without consciously working on them. Have you ever struggled with a question for hours, given up, and then suddenly discovered the answer while walking, showering, or falling asleep? It feels like the solution appeared from nowhere, but it did not. Your unconscious mind never stopped working. While your conscious attention moved elsewhere, deeper mental processes continued connecting ideas until the answer finally reached awareness. Many great discoveries have happened this way. Mathematicians, scientists, musicians, and writers have often described solutions arriving unexpectedly after periods of rest. The unconscious quietly continued the work, while the conscious mind believed nothing was happening. The unconscious also stores emotional lessons that you may no longer remember consciously. Imagine a child who is repeatedly embarrassed whenever they speak in front of others. Years later, they may feel anxious about public speaking without remembering the original experiences that shaped that fear. The memory may fade, but the emotional pattern remains. This is one reason people sometimes struggle to explain their own behavior. They say they do not know why they keep making the same mistakes or entering the same unhealthy relationships. The answers may exist beneath awareness, hidden inside beliefs and emotional patterns formed years earlier. Your unconscious is not trying to deceive you. In many ways, it is trying to protect you. It learns from every experience, especially painful ones. It builds shortcuts designed to keep you safe. The problem is that those shortcuts are not always updated. A fear that once protected you as a child may quietly limit you as an adult. A belief formed during one difficult moment can continue shaping your life long after the danger has disappeared. Think about walking through a forest. If you once encountered danger along a particular path, you would naturally become cautious there in the future. Your unconscious works the same way. It remembers emotional landscapes and quietly warns you when something feels familiar, even if your conscious mind cannot explain the reason. But the unconscious is more than a storage place for fears. It is also the source of remarkable creativity, intuition, and insight. It constantly combines memories, emotions, and knowledge into new possibilities. Sometimes this appears as a sudden idea, sometimes as a powerful feeling, sometimes as an unexpected realization that changes the way you see everything. The fascinating part is that you cannot force the unconscious to reveal its secrets. The harder you chase it, the more it seems to hide. Yet when you become quiet, pay attention, and observe your own thoughts without rushing to control them, small clues begin to appear. Patterns become visible. Repeated reactions begin making sense. Hidden beliefs slowly reveal themselves. It is like exploring a dark cave with a small flashlight. You cannot illuminate everything at once, but every step reveals another piece of the landscape. Over time, the hidden becomes familiar. Perhaps this is why self-awareness is so powerful. The goal is not to eliminate the unconscious. That would be impossible. The goal is to build a relationship with it, to notice its signals without becoming controlled by them, to understand where your reactions come from instead of assuming they define who you are. The greatest mystery is that the unconscious has been shaping your life since before you were able to describe yourself with words. It helped build your habits, your fears, your strengths, and your dreams. It has been learning from every moment, quietly carrying information your conscious mind could never hold all at once. And perhaps that is the final question consciousness refuses to answer. If there is a hidden part of your mind that understands so much without speaking, then how much of who you are has always existed just beyond the edge of what you can consciously know? Which you is real? How many versions of you exist right now? At first, the answer seems obvious. Just one. You have one body, one mind, and one life. But think about it for a moment. You are not exactly the same person with your family as you are with your closest friends. You speak differently at work than you do when you are alone. Around strangers, you reveal certain parts of yourself and hide others. Online, you may present another version entirely. If all of these versions are different, then which one is the real you? Most people believe they have a single, unchanging identity. They imagine a permanent self hidden beneath every situation. But everyday life tells a different story. Your personality shifts depending on where you are, who you are with, and what you are experiencing. These changes happen so naturally that you rarely stop to notice them. Think about meeting someone for the first time. You probably choose your words more carefully. You present a certain image of yourself. As the relationship grows, you become more relaxed. You reveal thoughts and emotions you would never have shared during that first conversation. Did the real you finally appear, or was every version equally real? This question becomes even stranger when you think about your past. The child you once were believed different things, wanted different things, and feared different things. The teenager you became probably looked at the world in another way. The person you are today has changed again. Each version felt completely authentic while it existed, yet many of those beliefs and behaviors have disappeared. So which one was the real you? Psychologists often describe identity as something flexible rather than fixed. Your brain constantly adapts to different environments. It adjusts your behavior to match social situations, relationships, and expectations. This flexibility is not necessarily dishonesty. In many cases, it is an important part of healthy human interaction. Imagine a musician who knows how to play many different instruments. They do not become a different person every time they switch from a piano to a guitar. They are expressing different abilities depending on what the situation requires. Human identity may work in a similar way. Different situations bring out different parts of who you are. The problem begins when people mistake one role for their entire identity. A person may spend years believing they are only successful because of their career. Another may believe they are only valuable because of their relationships. Someone else may define themselves entirely by their achievements or failures. When one part of life changes, they feel as though they have lost themselves, but perhaps they have only lost one version of themselves. Think about actors on a stage. They play different characters in different stories, yet none of those characters completely defines the person behind the performance. Life often asks you to play different roles as well: friend, parent, student, leader, partner, stranger. Each role is real while you are living it, but none of them alone can fully capture who you are. Your mind also creates different versions of yourself depending on your emotional state. When you are confident, the future feels full of possibility. When you are anxious, the same future suddenly looks dangerous. During moments of sadness, you may see yourself as weak or broken. During moments of joy, you feel capable of anything. The world changes because the version of you experiencing it changes. The strange thing is that every version feels completely convincing while it lasts. This is why people often look back at old decisions with disbelief. They ask themselves, "What was I thinking?" The answer is simple but surprising. You were thinking like the version of yourself that existed at that moment. Your experiences, emotions, and beliefs were different. You were not pretending. You were simply living from a different perspective. Modern neuroscience shows that the brain is not controlled by one single center, making every decision. Different networks become active depending on what you are doing, remembering, feeling, or focusing on. Your experience of yourself is constantly being reconstructed from moment to moment. The feeling of having one permanent identity is incredibly strong, but the processes creating that feeling are always changing. Imagine looking at the ocean. From a distance, it appears calm and unified, but beneath the surface, countless currents move in different directions. Some are slow, some are powerful, some are invisible. Together they create what you simply call the ocean. Your mind works in much the same way. Different thoughts, emotions, memories, and motivations flow together to create the experience you call yourself. Perhaps this explains why self-discovery is never truly finished. Every new experience reveals another side of who you are. Challenges uncover strengths you never knew existed. Love reveals emotions you never expected. Loss changes your priorities. Success changes your confidence. Life continuously introduces you to new versions of yourself. But if every version changes, is there anything that stays the same? This question has fascinated philosophers for centuries. Many concluded that what remains constant is not a fixed personality, but the simple fact of awareness. Thoughts change, roles change, beliefs change, even your memories shift over time. Yet throughout every stage of life, there has always been an experience of being present. Maybe the real you is not the confident version, the fearful version, the successful version, or the struggling version. Maybe those are all temporary expressions appearing within something deeper. The strange truth is that you spend your life searching for your true self while constantly creating new versions of yourself every day. Each one feels real. Each one shapes your story. Yet none of them lasts forever. And perhaps that is the answer consciousness refuses to give. There may never be one final version of you waiting to be discovered. There is only the endless process of becoming, while the quiet awareness witnessing every transformation remains the closest thing to something that never changes. Why we avoid the truth? Most people believe they want the truth. They say they value honesty. They tell themselves they would rather know reality than live inside an illusion. But if that were completely true, why do we ignore warning signs, avoid difficult conversations, make excuses for our mistakes, and sometimes spend years believing things that quietly hurt us? The uncomfortable reality is that the human mind does not always search for the truth. Sometimes it searches for safety instead. Think about a time when someone pointed out a flaw you did not want to admit. Maybe they told you that your attitude was pushing people away, that you were making the same mistake over and over, or that you were lying to yourself about something important. Your first reaction probably was not curiosity. It was resistance. You searched for reasons they were wrong. You defended yourself before you even considered whether they might be right. This reaction is so common because your identity feels like something that must be protected. The beliefs you have about yourself become part of your personal story. When new information threatens that story, your brain treats it almost like a physical danger. Instead of calmly examining the evidence, it immediately begins protecting the version of reality that feels familiar. Psychologists call this confirmation bias. It is the tendency to notice information that supports what we already believe while quietly ignoring information that challenges it. Your brain is not trying to deceive you. It is trying to create a stable and predictable world. Constantly questioning every belief would be mentally exhausting. So the mind naturally favors consistency over uncertainty. Imagine building a house one brick at a time. Every belief you hold becomes another brick in the structure of your identity. Now imagine discovering that one of the foundation stones is cracked. Accepting that truth could mean rebuilding everything above it. Suddenly, denying the crack feels much easier than tearing the house apart. This is why deeply held beliefs are often the hardest to change. They are connected to your emotions, your relationships, and your sense of who you are. Changing them does not simply mean accepting new information. It often means becoming a different person. Think about someone who has always believed they are not good enough. They may secretly reject compliments, avoid opportunities, and expect failure even when success is possible. If someone genuinely tells them they are capable, the words may feel uncomfortable instead of encouraging. The truth challenges a belief that has become part of their identity. The opposite can happen as well. A person may believe they are always right. They may dismiss criticism, blame others for every problem, and surround themselves only with people who agree with them. In both cases, the truth becomes difficult to accept because it threatens the story they have built about themselves. Your emotions also play a powerful role in hiding the truth. Fear can make ordinary situations seem dangerous. Anger can make other people appear like enemies. Desire can convince you that a risky decision is perfectly reasonable. The mind rarely sees reality exactly as it is. It often sees reality through the emotional state it is experiencing at that moment. Think about how differently the world looks when you are happy compared to when you are anxious. The same conversation can seem friendly one day and threatening the next. The events have not changed nearly as much as the mind interpreting them. Your unconscious mind adds another layer to this mystery. Many painful truths remain hidden because the brain quietly pushes them away. This process, often called repression, can protect you from overwhelming emotional pain. While this protection may help in the short term, avoiding difficult truths for too long can quietly shape your life without you realizing it. Imagine trying to drive while refusing to look through one side of the windshield. You may continue moving forward, but your understanding of the road becomes incomplete. The hidden truth does not disappear simply because you avoid looking at it. History is filled with examples of people ignoring obvious warning signs because accepting reality felt too uncomfortable. Businesses have collapsed because leaders refuse to admit mistakes. Relationships have ended because difficult conversations were avoided for years. Entire societies have ignored problems until they became impossible to deny. The truth often whispers long before it begins to shout. But there is another reason we avoid the truth that is even more personal. Sometimes the truth asks us to let go of who we think we are. Imagine spending your entire life believing you are one kind of person, only to discover that your fears, your habits, or your motivations came from wounds you never recognized. That realization can feel like losing part of your identity. Yet it is often the beginning of genuine growth. The strange thing is that truth rarely destroys us in the way we imagine. What it usually destroys are the illusions we built to protect ourselves. Those illusions may feel comforting, but they also keep us trapped inside old patterns. This is why self-awareness is so difficult. Looking honestly at yourself means accepting both your strengths and your weaknesses. It means admitting that your mind is capable of misunderstanding reality. It means recognizing that your first reaction is not always your wisest one. The people who grow the most are not the ones who are always right. They are the ones willing to question themselves. They understand that every uncomfortable truth creates the possibility of becoming wiser than they were before. Perhaps the greatest obstacle is that the truth does not always arrive gently. Sometimes it arrives through failure, sometimes through heartbreak, sometimes through disappointment, sometimes through losing something you believed would always be there. These moments force you to see parts of reality that comfort would never reveal. The remarkable thing is that consciousness has the ability to notice its own illusions. You can observe your fears, You can question your beliefs. You can recognize the stories you tell yourself. That ability may be one of the greatest strengths of the human mind, and perhaps that is why consciousness refuses to make the truth easy. Because truth is not simply information waiting to be discovered. It is often a transformation waiting to happen. The hardest truths are not hidden because they are far away. They are hidden because accepting them changes the person who finally sees them. Does reality need you? Imagine that tomorrow morning you wake up, open your eyes, and discover that you are the only conscious being in existence. Every person you have ever known still speaks, smiles, works, and lives exactly as before, but none of them are actually aware. They are simply moving through perfectly programmed behavior. Would reality still feel real? Or does the world only matter because there is someone here to experience it? This question sounds strange until you realize that everything you have ever known about existence has reached you through one place: your own consciousness. You have never experienced reality directly. You have only experienced your mind's interpretation of reality. Every sound, every color, every emotion, every memory, and every thought appears inside awareness. Without consciousness, what would the universe even mean? Look around you for a moment. The room feels solid. The people in your life feel undeniably real. The sky above you seems to exist whether you are looking at it or not. Common sense tells us that reality continues even when nobody is paying attention. The earth existed long before humans appeared, and it will almost certainly continue long after we are gone. Science gives us overwhelming evidence that the universe does not depend on one person's awareness to exist. But that is not the mystery. The mystery is that reality only becomes meaningful when it is experienced. A beautiful sunset may exist whether anyone sees it or not, but beauty itself only appears when there is a conscious observer capable of experiencing it. Music is nothing more than moving air until a mind transforms those vibrations into emotion. A book is only ink on paper until someone reads it. Information exists, but meaning requires awareness. Think about your favorite memory. Perhaps it is a family gathering, a childhood adventure, or a quiet conversation that changed your life. Physically, those moments are gone. The sounds have faded. The places have changed. Yet they continue to exist inside consciousness. Your experience gives them life long after the events themselves have ended. This suggests something fascinating. Reality may exist independently of you, but your world is inseparable from your awareness of it. The universe can continue without your thoughts, yet your entire experience of the universe disappears without consciousness. Scientists studying perception have discovered that the brain does not simply record reality like a camera. It actively constructs your experience. Your eyes receive light, but the brain creates the image you believe you are seeing. Your ears detect vibrations, but the brain transforms them into voices, music, and meaning. Even your sense of time, color, and space depends on the way your nervous system processes information. In other words, the reality you experience is not raw existence. It is a carefully constructed model created by your brain. Imagine wearing a pair of glasses that you have never taken off. After years of wearing them, you would stop noticing the lenses completely. You would mistake the view through the glasses for reality itself. Your brain works in much the same way. It creates an internal version of the world so convincing that you rarely question it. This raises an extraordinary possibility. We do not simply observe reality. We participate in creating the experience of reality. That does not mean the outside world is imaginary. If you walk into a wall, the wall does not disappear because you changed your opinion. Physical reality clearly has rules that exist beyond your personal beliefs, but your experience of that reality is always filtered through consciousness. Think about two people watching the exact same event. One feels inspired, the other feels disappointed. One sees hope, the other sees failure. The external event remains identical, but two completely different realities emerge because each mind interprets the experience differently. This is why meaning cannot simply be found in the world. Meaning is created through the relationship between consciousness and experience. Some physicists have even explored questions about observation at the quantum level, where measuring certain systems affects the outcomes scientists observe. These ideas are often misunderstood, and they do not mean that human thoughts magically create the universe. But they remind us that the relationship between observation and reality can be far more subtle than everyday experience suggests. The deeper question is not whether the universe disappears when you stop looking at it. The deeper question is why a universe capable of producing conscious observers exists at all. Out of countless stars, galaxies, and billions of years of cosmic history, reality somehow produced minds capable of wondering about reality itself. The universe became aware enough to ask questions about its own existence. That alone is astonishing. Perhaps consciousness is not something added to reality. Perhaps it is one of reality's most remarkable expressions. The atoms in your body were once part of ancient stars. Over unimaginable stretches of time, those same elements became living cells, nervous systems, and finally a mind capable of asking impossible questions. In that sense, you are not separate from reality. You are reality becoming aware of itself. So does reality need you? Probably not in the sense that the universe would disappear without your existence. The stars would continue burning, galaxies would continue expanding, time would continue moving forward, but your reality is another matter entirely. Without your awareness, there is no color, no music, no joy, no fear, no love, no curiosity, and no wonder as you know them. The physical universe may continue, but the living experience of the universe vanishes with the consciousness experiencing it. And perhaps that is the final mystery. Reality may not need you to exist, but your experience of reality needs you completely. The universe may continue without your awareness, yet every meaning you have ever known exists only because consciousness brought it to life. And maybe that is why consciousness refuses to answer its greatest question. It cannot fully explain the relationship between reality and awareness, because the one asking the question has always been an inseparable part of the answer. Why time feels different. Have you ever noticed that 1 hour can feel like an eternity, while an entire year can disappear before you even realize it? As a child, summers seemed endless. Waiting 5 minutes for something exciting felt unbearable. But as an adult, weeks blur into months, birthdays seem to arrive out of nowhere, and another year quietly slips away. The clock has not changed. Time itself has not changed. So why does your experience of it feel completely different? Most people assume time is something they simply move through, like a train traveling along fixed tracks. Seconds pass. Minutes pass. Days become years. It seems straightforward. But your mind does not experience time the way a clock measures it. Consciousness creates its own version of time, stretching it, compressing it, and reshaping it depending on what you are feeling, thinking, and paying attention to. Think about the last time you were stuck waiting. Maybe you were sitting in traffic, standing in a long line, or waiting for an important phone call. Every minute seemed painfully slow. You checked the time again and again, convinced that far more time had passed than actually had. Now compare that with a day spent doing something you truly enjoyed. You became completely absorbed, and before you knew it, hours had vanished. The same 60 minutes existed in both situations, yet your experience was completely different. This reveals something fascinating. Your awareness is not simply observing time. It is actively shaping your experience of it. Scientists studying perception believe that your brain does not contain a single internal clock. Instead, your sense of time emerges from attention, memory, and emotion working together. When you focus intensely on every passing second, time seems to slow down. When your attention becomes absorbed in meaningful activity, your awareness stops monitoring every moment, making time seem to fly by. Think about watching a suspenseful movie. During the most intense scenes, every second feels stretched. Your heart beats faster. Your attention becomes completely focused. Then, after the movie ends, you are surprised to discover 2 hours have passed. During the experience, moments felt longer. Looking back, the entire event feels short. Memory plays another remarkable role. Imagine 2 different vacations. During the first, you visit a new country, explore unfamiliar streets, meet new people, and experience things you have never seen before. During the second, you spend a week repeating the exact same routine every day. Months later, which vacation feels longer in your memory? Most people remember the first trip as richer and longer, even if both lasted the same number of days. The reason is that your brain stores new experiences in greater detail. Novel experiences create more memories, making that period seem longer when you look back. Routine, on the other hand, blends together. Fewer distinct memories are created, so entire weeks can seem to disappear. This may explain why childhood feels so long. As children, almost everything is new. Every year brings countless first experiences, first friendships, first discoveries, first fears, first achievements. The brain records these moments in extraordinary detail because everything is unfamiliar. As adults, much of life becomes predictable. You drive the same roads, have similar conversations, and repeat familiar routines. Since your brain no longer treats these experiences as new, fewer detailed memories are formed. Looking back, time appears to speed up, even though every day contained the same number of hours. Emotion changes time as well. Moments of danger often feel strangely slow. People who survive accidents sometimes describe events unfolding almost frame by frame. Researchers believe this is not because time actually slows down, but because the brain rapidly records more information during intense situations. Later, those dense memories create the illusion that the experience lasted much longer. The opposite happens during periods of boredom. With little happening to capture your attention, every minute feels stretched while you are living it. Yet, when you look back, you remember very little, making the entire period seem surprisingly short. This creates a beautiful paradox. Exciting experiences often feel brief while they are happening, but long in memory. Boring experiences feel long while you are living them, but almost disappear when you remember them. Now consider something even stranger. Your experience of the past, present, and future all exists inside consciousness. The past survives as memory. The future exists as imagination. Only the present is directly experienced, yet your mind constantly moves between all three. You replay conversations that ended years ago. You worry about events that have not happened yet. Sometimes you spend so much time living in memory or anticipation that the present moment quietly slips away unnoticed. Many meditation practices focus on this exact habit. They encourage people to return their attention to the present because awareness only truly exists here. The past can be remembered. The future can be imagined. But life itself unfolds one present moment at a time. Physics adds another layer to the mystery. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, time is not completely fixed across the universe. It can pass at different rates depending on speed and gravity. While these effects are far beyond ordinary human experience, they reveal something astonishing. Even time itself is not as absolute as people once believed. But perhaps the greatest mystery is not how clocks measure time. It is how consciousness lives it. Every meaningful moment in your life exists because awareness experienced it. A minute filled with love can become unforgettable. A year spent without attention can seem to vanish almost completely. The quality of experience often matters far more than the quantity of time. Maybe that is why people who live fully often say life feels both incredibly short and unbelievably rich. They are not measuring their lives only by calendars. They are measuring them by moments that truly reached consciousness. And perhaps that is the answer time quietly hides from us. Time does not simply pass through your life. Your awareness gives time its shape, its meaning, and its depth. The clock measures seconds, but consciousness measures experience. And in the end, those two things have never been exactly the same. The silent observer. There is something inside you that has been watching your entire life unfold. It was there when you took your first breath. It was there when you experienced your first moment of happiness, your first fear, your first heartbreak, and your first realization that you existed. It has watched your thoughts change, your personality evolve, and your entire understanding of yourself transform. Yet somehow, this observer has remained almost completely invisible. You can notice your thoughts. You can notice your emotions. You can notice your body changing with time. But have you ever stopped to ask who is noticing all of it? This question sounds simple, but it leads into one of the deepest mysteries of consciousness. Somewhere behind every thought, there seems to be a quiet presence that experiences everything without making much noise. It does not argue. It does not demand attention. It simply observes. Most of us spend our lives focused on the content of our minds. We chase thoughts. We react to emotions. We build stories about who we are. When a thought appears, we often assume it represents us. When an emotion appears, we believe it defines us. If anger arises, we say, "I am angry." If fear appears, we say, "I am afraid." But what if there is a difference between the experience and the thing experiencing it? Imagine sitting beside a river. You watch the water moving, changing, and flowing past you. You know the river is not you because you are the one observing it. Your thoughts may work in a similar way. They are constantly moving. New ideas appear. Old memories disappear. Emotions rise and fall. Yet something remains present enough to notice these changes. The strange part is that when you search for this observer, you cannot find it in the same way you find everything else. You can find a thought. You can describe a feeling. You can point to your body. But where is the observer itself? Is it located somewhere in the brain? Is it a collection of processes? Is it something beyond physical explanation? The more closely you examine it, the more mysterious it becomes. Neuroscience has revealed incredible details about how the brain creates thoughts, memories, and perceptions. Scientists can observe patterns of brain activity linked to decision-making, emotions, and awareness. They can understand many of the mechanisms behind human experience. Yet the question remains, why is there an experience happening at all? Why is there a silent presence capable of noticing the activity of the mind? Think about a dream. While dreaming, your mind creates an entire world. You see places, people, and events that feel real in the moment. Then you wake up and realize the entire experience was generated inside your own mind. But something was present even during the dream. Something experienced that world. Now think about waking life. You experience sights, sounds, and emotions. You build a personal story around them. But behind all of these changing experiences, there appears to be a simple awareness that allows everything to be known. This silent observer becomes especially noticeable during moments of emotional intensity. Imagine you are extremely angry. In the middle of the emotion, it feels like anger has taken over completely. But later, when you calm down, you can look back and say, "I was angry." That simple sentence reveals something important. There was a part of you that could recognize the emotion rather than completely becoming the emotion. The same happens with sadness, anxiety, and fear. The mind experiences these states, but another aspect of awareness can notice them happening. This does not mean you should ignore emotions or separate yourself from human experience. Emotions are essential. They guide you, protect you, and connect you with others. The mystery is not that emotions exist. The mystery is that you can experience them while also having the ability to observe them. Some psychologists describe this ability as metacognition, the capacity to think about your own thinking. Humans can examine their beliefs, question their reactions, and reflect on their own mental processes. This ability creates a distance between awareness and the automatic flow of thoughts. It is almost like discovering there is a space between you and your mind. That space can change everything. If every thought you have is treated as absolute truth, your mind controls your reality completely. But if you can observe thoughts as temporary events, you gain a different relationship with them. A thought becomes something you experience rather than something that defines you. This idea has been explored for thousands of years by philosophers and contemplative traditions. Many have suggested that the deepest part of human existence is not the changing story of the self, but the awareness that witnesses the story. The challenge is that awareness is so close that we often overlook it. You search for it like you search for an object, but it is not an object. It is the very space in which objects appear. Imagine trying to use your own hand to grab your hand. The tool you are using is also the thing you are trying to capture. The observer creates the same mystery. Consciousness is trying to understand itself using consciousness. Perhaps this is why the silent observer feels so difficult to explain. It is not hidden because it is far away. It is hidden because it is always present. Every achievement you have celebrated, every mistake you have regretted, every person you have loved, and every moment you have experienced has appeared within this awareness. Your thoughts have changed. Your body has changed. Your identity has changed. Yet the simple fact of experiencing has remained. The silent observer may be the closest thing you have to something constant. Not a personality, not a memory, not a collection of beliefs, just the quiet awareness behind every moment of your existence. And perhaps that is the mystery consciousness refuses to answer. If everything you know appears inside awareness, then what exactly is the awareness that has been watching your entire life from the beginning? Are emotions real? You have felt emotions your entire life. Happiness that made you feel like everything was possible. Fear that made your body freeze. Anger that made your heart race. Sadness that felt heavier than any physical weight. These experiences feel completely real. They shape your choices, your relationships, and the way you see yourself. But there is a strange question hiding beneath every feeling. Are emotions actually something that exists inside you, or are they something your mind creates to understand what is happening? At first, this question seems almost impossible. How could something that feels so powerful not be real? When you experience heartbreak, no one needs to convince you that pain exists. When you feel love, the experience seems more meaningful than any explanation. Emotions are among the most undeniable parts of being human. But the mystery begins when you look closer. Where exactly is an emotion located? If you feel fear, can you point to the exact place where fear exists? Is it in your chest, your brain, your stomach, your thoughts? The truth is more complicated. Fear is not a single object sitting somewhere inside your body. It is a complex experience created through the interaction of your brain, body, memories, and interpretation of a situation. Your heart may beat faster, your muscles may tense, your breathing may change, your brain may release chemicals that prepare your body to react. But those physical changes alone do not automatically become fear. Your mind has to interpret them and create the experience you recognize as fear. Imagine your heart racing before a dangerous situation. You might call it fear. But imagine the same racing heartbeat before an exciting achievement or a thrilling adventure. The physical sensation is similar, yet the emotion feels completely different. The difference comes from the meaning your brain gives to the experience. This reveals something fascinating. Emotions are not simply reactions happening to you. They are interpretations created by your mind. Scientists studying emotions have discovered that the brain is constantly predicting what is happening inside and outside your body. It uses past experiences to decide what sensations mean. When your body changes, your brain tries to explain why. That explanation becomes part of the emotion you experience. Think about walking alone at night and hearing a strange sound behind you. Your body may immediately become alert. Your heart speeds up. Your attention focuses. Your brain searches for possible explanations. If you discover it was only a tree branch falling, the fear disappears. The physical reaction was real, but the emotional meaning changed when your interpretation changed. This does not make emotions imaginary, it makes them incredibly complex. A rainbow is a useful comparison. A rainbow is real as an experience, but it is not a physical object that exists independently in one place. It appears through the relationship between sunlight, water, and the observer. Emotions may work in a similar way. They are real experiences created through the relationship between your body, your brain, and the world around you. This also explains why different people can experience the same event in completely different ways. Imagine two people losing a job. One person feels devastated, believing it means failure and uncertainty. Another feels relieved, seeing it as a chance for a new beginning. The external event is the same, but the emotional experience is different because each person's mind interprets the situation through a different history. Your past plays a powerful role in shaping your emotional world. Every experience leaves traces in your brain. Memories, relationships, and previous struggles influence how you respond to new situations. A comment that feels harmless to one person may deeply hurt another, because their minds connect it to different emotional histories. This is why emotions often feel automatic. You do not consciously choose every reaction. Your brain has learned patterns over years of experience. A certain tone of voice, a familiar situation, or even a specific place can trigger feelings before you understand why. But if emotions are created by the mind, does that mean you can simply control them? Not completely. Many people make the mistake of thinking that understanding emotions means eliminating them. But emotions are not problems to remove. They are information. Fear can warn you of danger. Sadness can reveal what matters to you. Anger can signal that something feels unfair. Joy can guide you toward experiences that bring meaning. The goal is not to stop feeling. The goal is to understand what your feelings are communicating. Think about emotions like signals on a dashboard. A warning light in a car does not mean the light itself is the problem. It means something requires attention. Emotions work similarly. They are messages from a complex system trying to help you navigate life. The strange part is that emotions can influence your perception of reality. When you are afraid, the world can seem threatening. When you are happy, possibilities appear everywhere. The external world may remain the same, but your emotional state changes the way you experience it. This means you never experience reality completely separate from your emotions. Every moment is filtered through a mind that is constantly creating meaning. Love may be one of the clearest examples. Scientists can explain attraction through biology and brain chemistry. They can describe hormones, neural activity, and evolutionary reasons behind bonding. Yet none of these explanations fully capture what love feels like from the inside. The experience itself remains something unique. Perhaps this is the mystery of emotions. They are not simply physical events, and they are not just imaginary thoughts. They are experiences created at the meeting point between body and consciousness. Your emotions are real because you experience them. They influence your life because your mind gives them meaning. They can change, evolve, and sometimes even mislead you, but they remain a fundamental part of what it means to be human. And perhaps that is why consciousness refuses to answer the question completely. It can explain where emotions come from. It can study how they work. It can measure their effects. But the deepest mystery remains. Why does a collection of physical processes inside a brain become something you can actually feel? The origin of awareness. Before your first memory, before you knew your name, before you understood the world around you, something was already happening. There was experience. There was sensation. There was some form of awareness. But where did it come from? This may be the deepest question consciousness has ever faced. We can explain the growth of a body. We can explain how a brain develops. We can explain how neurons communicate through electrical and chemical signals. But somewhere in that process, something extraordinary appears. A physical system becomes capable of experiencing. It does not just process information. It feels. A machine can calculate numbers. A camera can capture images. A computer can analyze patterns. But none of these things seem to experience what they are doing. They do not feel the meaning of a sunset. They do not wonder about their own existence. They do not ask why they are here. Yet somehow, inside the human brain, awareness appears. The mystery is not that the brain is complex. The mystery is that complexity becomes experience. Imagine watching a person build a radio. You see the wires connected. You see the circuits arranged. You understand how every component works. But then someone asks a strange question. When did the radio start hearing the music? The parts explain how the signal is created, but they do not explain the experience of listening. Consciousness presents a similar mystery. Neuroscience can describe the mechanisms behind perception, memory, and thought, but the question of why those processes create an inner world remains unanswered. Scientists know that awareness is connected to the brain. Damage certain areas of the brain, and consciousness can change. Alter brain activity, and perception can transform. This shows that the brain plays a crucial role. But correlation does not completely solve the mystery. Knowing where something happens is not the same as knowing why it happens. Think about a flame. You can study the chemistry of fire. You can understand the reactions between oxygen, fuel, and heat. You can predict how a flame behaves. But the experience of warmth and beauty when looking at a fire belongs to the observer. The physical explanation and the personal experience exist at different levels. The origin of awareness creates a similar divide. One possibility is that consciousness emerged gradually through evolution. As living organisms became more complex, nervous systems developed. These systems allowed creatures to sense their environment, remember experiences, and respond more effectively. Over millions of years, this increasing complexity eventually produced human awareness. This idea makes sense from an evolutionary perspective. A creature that can understand its surroundings has a survival advantage. It can predict danger, cooperate with others, and adapt to changing conditions. Awareness may have developed because it helped life continue. But even if evolution explains why consciousness became useful, another question remains. Why is there an experience at all? Why is there something it feels like to see the world instead of just information being processed without any inner experience? Imagine two systems. Both receive information from the environment. Both make decisions. Both react to changes. One has an inner experience. The other simply processes data. From the outside, they may appear identical, but from the inside, they are completely different. This gap between behavior and experience is where the mystery begins. Some philosophers have suggested that consciousness may be a fundamental part of reality rather than something that simply appears from matter. Just as physics describes basic properties of the universe, perhaps awareness is another basic feature that we do not yet fully understand. Others argue that consciousness emerges from complex biological systems, and that future science will eventually explain it completely. The debate continues because consciousness is unlike any other mystery. When scientists study planets, particles, or galaxies, they examine something separate from themselves. But consciousness is different. The observer is part of the mystery. The tool used to investigate reality is itself something that needs explanation. It is like trying to use a camera to photograph the camera itself without any external reflection. The process becomes strangely circular. Your own existence is evidence that awareness exists, but it does not reveal how it began. Think back to your earliest possible memory. Maybe you remember a childhood moment. Maybe you remember a place, a face, or a feeling. But before those memories formed, there was already some kind of awareness developing. A child may not understand identity, language, or time, but experiences still appear. The world was arriving before the story about the world existed. This raises another fascinating possibility. Perhaps awareness is not something the mind creates after understanding itself. Perhaps awareness is the foundation that allows understanding to happen at all. Every thought you have ever had appeared within awareness. Every question you have ever asked appeared within awareness. Every discovery humanity has made began with conscious experience. Awareness is not just another thing inside the universe. It is the space in which the universe becomes known. And yet, despite being the closest thing we have ever experienced, awareness remains almost impossible to locate. You cannot point to awareness itself. You can point to brain activity. You can point to thoughts. You can point to emotions. But the simple feeling of being present remains something much harder to grasp. Maybe this is why the origin of awareness feels like an impossible question. It is not just a question about where consciousness came from. It is a question about how existence became capable of knowing itself. Somewhere in the vast history of the universe, something changed. Atoms began forming structures. Structures became life. Life developed minds. And somehow, the universe produced a perspective from which it could look back at itself and ask why it exists. The greatest mystery may not be that consciousness appeared. The greatest mystery may be that anything appeared at all. And perhaps that is the question consciousness refuses to answer. Not only where awareness came from, but why reality created something capable of experiencing the wonder of being alive. Beyond human consciousness? For your entire life, you have experienced reality through one specific type of mind, a human mind. You see the world through human senses. You understand existence through human language. You ask questions using human concepts. But what if human consciousness is not the highest form of awareness possible? What if our way of experiencing reality is only one small window into something much larger? This idea feels strange because humans naturally assume our consciousness is the standard by which all awareness should be measured. We are the creatures asking the questions, creating the theories, and searching for answers. So it is easy to believe we represent the peak of consciousness. But imagine a different possibility. Perhaps we are not at the top of the ladder. Perhaps we are simply one stage in a much longer journey. Think about how limited human perception already is. Your eyes detect only a tiny fraction of the electromagnetic spectrum. Your ears hear only a narrow range of frequencies. There are countless signals surrounding you every moment that your brain completely ignores. The world you experience is not reality in its entirety. It is a version of reality filtered through the abilities and limitations of your nervous system. Now imagine a form of consciousness with senses beyond ours. A being that could perceive dimensions of reality we cannot detect. A mind that could process information millions of times faster. A consciousness that experienced time, space, and existence in ways completely unfamiliar to humans. Would we even recognize it as consciousness? This question reveals something important. We often define intelligence and awareness using human standards. We look for language, problem-solving, memory, and communication because those are qualities we understand. But consciousness may not need to look human to exist. A dog experiences the world differently from you. It does not understand mathematics, philosophy, or technology the way humans do. Yet nobody would argue that a dog has no experience. It feels, reacts, remembers, and forms connections. Its awareness is different, not necessarily inferior. Even among humans, consciousness varies dramatically. A child experiences the world differently from an adult. A musician may perceive patterns in sound that others completely miss. A scientist may notice relationships in nature that remain invisible to someone without that training. The way reality appears depends heavily on the structure of the mind experiencing it. So the question becomes, how many forms of consciousness might exist beyond our own? The universe contains billions of galaxies and countless planets. We have discovered environments that are completely different from anything on Earth. It is possible that somewhere, under conditions we cannot imagine, consciousness may have developed in a form unlike anything we know. Perhaps an alien mind would not experience reality through vision, hearing, and touch. Perhaps it would communicate through senses we do not possess. Perhaps its understanding of self, time, and existence would be so different that human language could not describe it. This possibility is both exciting and humbling. But there is another form of consciousness beyond human awareness that is even closer. It is the possibility that human consciousness itself may have unexplored levels. Throughout history, people have described experiences where the ordinary sense of self becomes quieter. During deep meditation, moments of extreme focus, or powerful emotional experiences, some individuals report feeling connected to something beyond their usual identity. They describe a state where the boundary between themselves and the world feels less solid. These experiences raise difficult questions. Are they simply unusual states created by the brain, or do they reveal aspects of consciousness that are normally hidden beneath everyday awareness? Modern neuroscience has shown that the brain is far more flexible than we once believed. The way we perceive ourselves and the world can change depending on attention, experience, and mental states. The ordinary feeling of being a separate self is not as fixed as it seems. This means the consciousness you experience every day may not be the only possible version of human awareness. Think about a radio. A radio can receive only the frequencies it is designed to pick up. If it cannot detect a signal, that does not necessarily mean the signal does not exist. It may simply mean the receiver has limitations. The human brain may be similar. Perhaps consciousness contains possibilities that ordinary awareness cannot access. Perhaps our normal state is only one channel among many. Artificial intelligence creates another fascinating question about consciousness beyond humans. As machines become more advanced, they are beginning to perform tasks that once seemed uniquely human. They can recognize patterns, generate language, solve problems, and create complex outputs. But the question remains: if something can behave intelligently, does that mean it experiences anything? This is one of the greatest challenges in understanding consciousness. Intelligence and awareness may not be the same thing. A system can process information without necessarily having an inner experience. It can produce answers without there being anything it feels like to be that system. The mystery of artificial consciousness forces us to ask what consciousness actually requires. Is it biology? Is it complexity? Is it something else entirely? The truth is that we still do not know. And perhaps that uncertainty is the most important part of the journey. Human beings have always expanded their understanding by discovering that our previous assumptions were incomplete. We once believed Earth was the center of everything. We once believed humans were separate from nature. We once believed the universe was much smaller than it truly is. Maybe consciousness will reveal the same lesson. Maybe human awareness is not the final destination. Maybe it is one expression of a much larger mystery unfolding through the universe. The strange thing is that the universe has existed for billions of years without needing human consciousness. Stars formed, galaxies grew, planets changed, life evolved. Yet somehow, after all that time, reality produced beings capable of looking back at existence and asking what it means to be aware. Perhaps consciousness is not something limited to humans. Perhaps humans are simply one way the universe experiences itself. And maybe the greatest question is not whether there is consciousness beyond humanity. Maybe the greater mystery is whether we are already surrounded by forms of awareness that our current minds are simply not capable of recognizing. The final unanswered question. After thousands of years of searching, questioning, and exploring, humanity has discovered incredible truths about existence. We have uncovered the hidden laws of nature. We have looked deeper into space than ever before. We have explored the smallest building blocks of matter. We have learned how life evolves, how galaxies form, and how the human brain creates thoughts, memories, and emotions. Yet after everything we have learned, one mystery remains, standing above all others. Why is there something it feels like to exist? This question is not about what you think. It is not about what you believe. It is not about your memories, your personality, or your experiences. It goes deeper than all of that. It asks why there is an inner world at all. Why is the universe not simply a collection of silent processes happening without anyone experiencing them? A stone does not seem to wonder where it came from. A planet does not appear to question its own existence. A star burns for billions of years without asking why it shines. But somehow, within this universe, something emerged that can look at reality and ask questions about reality itself. You. That may be the strangest fact of existence. The universe produced a form of matter capable of becoming aware of itself. Scientists can explain many parts of this journey. They can describe how simple organisms evolved into complex life. They can explain how brains developed the ability to process information. They can show how neurons communicate and how different brain regions contribute to perception and thought. But there is still a mysterious gap. How does physical activity become experience? How do electrical signals inside the brain become the feeling of seeing a sunset, hearing music, feeling love, or wondering about existence? Imagine explaining everything about a camera. You describe the lens, the sensors, the circuits, and the software. You explain exactly how images are captured and stored. But then someone asks a different question. Why is there an experience of beauty when someone looks at the image? The mechanism can be explained, but the experience remains something deeper. This is the final unanswered question of consciousness. Not how the brain works, but why there is awareness at all. The mystery becomes even stranger when you realize that consciousness is the only thing you can never escape. Everything you know about reality appears within it. Your understanding of the universe comes through awareness. Your understanding of yourself comes through awareness. Even your doubts about consciousness exist within awareness. You can question almost everything. You can question your memories. You can question your beliefs. You can question your perceptions. But you cannot question the fact that experience is happening. Something is aware. That simple fact may be the most certain thing you will ever know. Yet it is also one of the hardest things to explain. Throughout history, philosophers, scientists, and thinkers have searched for answers. Some believe consciousness emerges from the complexity of the brain. As matter becomes organized in the right way, awareness appears. Others believe consciousness may be a fundamental part of reality, something as basic as space, time, or energy. Both ideas attempt to explain the same mystery. How does the universe become aware? But perhaps the question itself contains a hidden assumption. Maybe we assume consciousness is something separate from reality that somehow appeared inside it. Maybe awareness is not a visitor inside the universe. Maybe it is one of the ways the universe expresses itself. Consider your own body. The atoms that make up your brain were formed inside ancient stars. The elements in your body existed long before you did. Over billions of years, the universe transformed from simple particles into complex structures, then into living organisms, and finally into minds capable of asking questions about their own origin. In a very real sense, the universe created a way to observe itself. That does not mean we have solved the mystery. It may make the mystery even deeper. Because now another question appears. Why this experience? Why this perspective? Why are you experiencing reality from this particular point of view? There are billions of humans alive today, each experiencing existence from a unique inner world. You can imagine another person's life. You can understand their emotions. You can listen to their thoughts, but you can never directly enter their experience. Their awareness remains private. This is one of the strangest aspects of consciousness. There are billions of minds, but each one contains a universe of experience that only one being can directly know. Your entire life has unfolded inside this private world of awareness. Every sunrise you have seen, every person you have loved, every fear you have overcome, every question you have asked, all of it has appeared within consciousness. And yet the thing making all of those experiences possible remains the greatest mystery. Perhaps consciousness refuses to answer its final question because the answer cannot be separated from the one asking. The observer and the mystery are connected. You are not simply a person trying to understand consciousness. You are consciousness trying to understand itself through the temporary experience of being a person. Maybe the final answer is not hidden somewhere in the universe waiting to be discovered. Maybe the search itself is part of the mystery. Every question, every discovery, and every moment of awareness is the universe exploring its own nature. The greatest unanswered question may not be what consciousness is. It may be why there is anything capable of asking the question at all. And perhaps that is where the journey ends. Not with a final explanation, but with the realization that the mystery you have been searching for has been present in every moment you have ever experienced.